This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Haven by Reese Knightley, narrated by Declan Winters. Pegasus is designed to assist law enforcement when their hands are tied. The unit is frequently brought in when cases get messy or the cops need plausible deniability, which is needed more than the average citizen even realizes. Basically, Pegasus takes care of the scum of the earth that law enforcement can't due to bureaucratic bullshit red tape. Prologue. The alley stood dark. It was the kind of darkness that was hard to penetrate beyond a few feet. The echoes of the night were drowned out by the storm piercing the sky with thundering booms and white stabbing streaks of light. "Come on," the thin figure whispered in a choking voice. "Come on, wake up." With shaking hands, he pushed against the prone man's chest. Each push rocked the body on the ground. Beyond that, nothing else moved except for streams of water rushing over the top of the cold, wet ground. Blood seeped like a red river, winding its way along the wet concrete to be washed away by the rain. What the water didn't drain away, the sewer would. The wet slap of tires on the street not 20 feet from them could have been from another planet. Pinching the man's nose, he tipped his head back and breathed into the guy's mouth, and then pushed on his chest again. 1, 2, 3, 4. "Let's fucking go." The thin figure sank back on his knees and gazed up through the water at the man towering over him. One lone light illuminated a small portion of the alley, and through the pouring rain the two figures created a dark silhouette in the faint glow. Nearby, sirens blared, and the thin figure was jerked to his feet and pulled to the shadows, hidden from view by the standing man. The ambulance barreled into the alley, tires splashing, its siren cutting off to leave a deafening silence. EMTs slammed out of the rig and jogged over to the man on the ground. "Gunshot! No pulse!" one EMT said, shouting orders, and another EMT grabbed a defibrillator. "Clear!" Looky-loos filled the alley, braving the rain just to see someone die. Or maybe it was to see someone live. Human nature was strange like that. "We've got a pulse!" A collective sigh of relief seemed to surge through the wet crowd. And when the thin figure was tugged away by the other man and shoved down the alley in the pouring rain, he didn't fight. His relieved breath came in huge, gasping sobs. Chapter 1. Former SecDef's office, undisclosed location. "I need your expertise," Dave said. "Why?" Link responded, but continued looking at his cell phone screen, finger swiping. Dave gave a wry smile. Out of all his specialty team operatives, Dave had never come across someone like Lincoln Beckett, not even in all his years of service to the president. The ex-cop, former Special Forces soldier, was a master at every skill, and that included an eidetic memory. "I need you to locate someone." "Why me? Why not Jackson or Hunter? Or use someone from your precious Erebus?" Link's knee stopped bouncing and he finally looked up. The irritation when Link mentioned Dave's unit of highly trained assassins wasn't lost on Dave. However, Erebus wouldn't do in this situation. Dave needed Link's quick wits and take-no-shit attitude, not to mention his combat abilities. "They don't have your skill set," Dave murmured, leaning back in his desk chair, gazing at the operative who looked more suited for the cover of a magazine. Not only good-looking, Link could pass for at least 10 years younger than his 38. However, that was one of Link's greatest advantages. Because he was a young-looking head-turner, nobody expected his abilities. Simply put, suspects seldom saw Link coming. Link's knee started bouncing again, and he glanced at his cell. When the operative didn't respond to his question, Dave managed to glance at Link's phone. Was that social media? "Link!" Link looked up at the snap of impatience in Dave's voice and smirked. He wasn't going to answer the man right away. He never did. Instead, he turned his attention to Dave's office. It was nice, as offices went, but a bit on the small, secluded side for Link's taste. He much preferred the bigger offices that filled the Pegasus bunker. Not to mention, he hated Washington, D.C. with a vengeance. Even now, the sounds of traffic, airplanes, and people filtered through the walls. Dave assured him that this place was a fortress. and Link didn't doubt it by the look of the Secret Service outside Dave's door. The only reason he was here was because when Dave called, a person showed up, and while he may give Dave shit, every soldier who'd ever reported to Dave came when the man needed them. "What's the op?" Link settled deeper in the wide leather chair, one of two that sat in front of Dave's dark oak desk, and tapped his foot. He ran his hands over the wide armrests. He may have to invest in a couple of these, as they really were comfy. Then again, maybe not. The chairs were on the bougie side. "I'm looking for someone." "Who?" "A person of interest in a bombing attack." "And you really can't use stone?" In truth, Link mentioned the Erebus assassin's name to get a rise out of Dave. However, Dave's gaze never wavered. "I need you on this. You were part of Fury. There's never been another team like it." Dave was right, and Link twisted his lips. Fury had been unique. A 3-man kill team in Special Forces, Fury had been known for their ability to get in and finish some dangerous Black Ops missions and always come out alive. The small unit had comprised of himself, Eagle, and Spencer. Link smiled, thinking of Spencer and how the man had gone on to marry their now-retired Colonel, Liam Cobalt, but that was a whole other story. Although Spencer was no longer in the business, Link still kept in touch with both him and his husband. "So, do you want Eagle on the team?" Dave said. "No." "What? Why not?" Dave gave him a surprised look. Okay, that was a fair question, and of course, Link wanted no other human on the face of the earth to watch his back during a mission, but he and Eagle were not in a good place at the moment. "I just don't." He rubbed at the growing tightness in his chest. "Are you sure?" No, he wasn't fucking sure. Link swallowed around a suddenly dry throat and abruptly dropped his hand. "Yes, I'm sure." Dave gave a slow nod. "Okay, then who?" "Jackson from Cobalt Security. This seems right up his alley." "I'm not sure if Jackson is available. I was thinking of Owen." "Ace's brother, Owen?" Link said, knowing full well whom Dave was talking about. "Mm-hmm," Dave eyed him. Link squinted back. He knew next to nothing about Owen. The man seemed more of a peacekeeper than an ass-kicker. "Why him?" "Owen has—" Dave's head tipped as if he was choosing his words carefully, and the hair on the back of Link's neck lifted. If Dave had to select his words this carefully when it came to Owen, then there was a shit-ton Link didn't know about the guy. This might be the perfect opportunity to find out. "Bomb skills," Dave finally finished. "Okay, Owen it is. Who else?" "How about Creed?" "Creed is an excellent choice," Dave smiled. "I'll make it happen." "One more thing," Link said, stopping Dave in mid-turn toward his laptop. The man's sharp gaze locked with his. "I'll need a techie on this." "Jacob?" Dave offered. "No. Jacob's on a case with Ace and Dalton." "Kellum can't do it. He's taking some leave time." Dave frowned. Link nodded at that. He wasn't sure what was up with Kellum lately, but he was assured by Jacob that Ace was looking into it. "What about Jordan?" The Phoenix techie." Dave seemed hesitant, so Link quickly spoke. "Isn't Jordan more of a backup when Reggie's on vacation?" Link asked, reminding Dave that Phoenix already had a full-time techie with Reggie. "True, but I'm not sure if he has the field expertise for this job, though." Dave hesitated. Was Dave kidding? Link squinted at the SecDef. Jordan had exceptional in-the-field skills. "He may not have the military experience, but he's fucking good both in and out of the field, and you know it," Link said. "True. Besides, I need him on the computers, not in the field. I need his brains." Dave blew out a breath and deflated. Link grew suspicious. Was there something else at play here? "Who told you not to include Jordan?" Link said. "I got a call from Ace. It seems that Owen is adamant about Jordan needing more training before he's permanently placed in the field," Dave admitted. Oh, shit. Link hoped like hell that Jordan never found out, or Owen would be dead meat. "That's absurd, and you know it," Link growled. "You're right. I'll call Stefano and make it happen." With the team's selection out of the way, Dave flipped his laptop around, showing the information on the screen. "I'll send this encrypted file to you so you'll have the info for the others," Dave said. "Video footage caught this man leaving a recent bombing of an establishment in a small town inside Kern County. A bus station caught the subject on a Bakersfield city camera a few hours later. Last he was seen was crossing into Nevada." "Okay, you know we're short-handed, so why doesn't Phoenix take this one?" Link said. "Rossi and Stefano took the whole goddamn team to Aruba for the week," Dave growled, looking all put out. Link gave a bark of laughter. That must be what was keeping Ace and Pegasus so busy lately. Phoenix was their twin site handling cases in the northern part of the state, while Pegasus handled the southern. One team away on vacation would definitely impact the other picking up the slack. "Do we have the suspect's name?" Link asked. "The man bought a bus ticket in Bakersfield under the name Bob Scab. I doubt it's his real name. Local PD in that area are stretched thin. They don't have the manpower for a hunt this size." "What about the marshals? Isn't this their area?" "They're out there," Dave said with a nod. "So why me?" Link picked at a loose thread from the hole in the knee of his blue jeans. It wasn't a hole by design. The fabric had torn while he was apprehending a suspect that morning. "What about the FBI?" "They called me and asked for you." "Ah, there it is. The infamous phone call," Link smirked. When government officials couldn't spare enough people and needed help, the calls always ended up at Dave's desk. "Anyway, that's all the information they could give us. A Detective Wall is holding the crime scene for you." "Let him hold it." Link stood and strode toward the door. "Where are you going?" Dave frowned. "Nevada." He gave Dave a cocky salute and walked out, not holding back the grin when Dave muttered something about assholes. First things first, Link needed to contact city officials where Scab crossed the border. CCTV cameras should give him an idea of where to start. It sounded pretty cut and dried, but Link knew better. Sure, he'd caught bombers before, but in reality, they were the most difficult jobs to undertake. There were several reasons people set bombs, and, in his opinion, they fell into two categories. Well, three, actually. Personal, political, and the insane. He'd take the first two any day because he sure the fuck hoped it wasn't some insane fucker out there killing people for pleasure. Chapter 2. Eagle. Taking the steps at a quick jog, Eagle stood on the porch of his aunt's yellow one-story home that sat in a quiet neighborhood only a few blocks from Ventura Beach. He'd need to paint the white trim again. The Ventura fog and rain wore away at the paint. Right then, though, he didn't worry about it because it would probably rain again. He gazed up at the cloudy March sky. Maybe he'd tackle the house in June or July. "Auntie," he called out when he stepped inside. He closed and flipped the lock on the front door before he advanced into the living room. "Shoes off," his Aunt Mary called from the kitchen, and Eagle stopped to untie and pull off his combat boots. He quickly crossed the tapestry rug and skirted around the chestnut-colored couch. Knickknacks of everything imaginable covered every other surface in the living room from his aunt's collection obsession, and it looked like she'd picked up a few more clowns. When he entered the kitchen, his aunt turned from the back door and snapped it quickly shut. Her hair was in a messy bun at the back of her head, and her wrinkled face was wide with a smile. She came to about chest-high on him, so it was funny she was trying to block the back door. "What's wrong?" He squinted over her shoulder, trying to see through the square window. "Nothing. Are you hungry?" She stood firmly in front of the door as if her 5-foot frame could keep him from finding out. "Sure," he smiled, and when she relaxed and headed to the pot of something that smelled deliciously like her famous chili, he stalked to the door and flung it open. "Declan, don't you dare!" she cried, but he ignored her and advanced on the man sitting on his aunt's back steps. He gripped the older man by the back of his shirt and pulled him upright, marching him to the wide-open side gate. Alcohol reeked from the guy, and Eagle's ire grew. "Declan!" Mary shouted, her voice growing closer. He shoved the older man through the gate, and the guy stumbled forward, crying out when his legs gave out. Eagle cursed and snatched the neighbor up by the arm before the guy could hit face first on the ground. God damn it. He gnashed his teeth and wrapped a gentle arm around Tim Schooler before lowering him down to sit on his own back porch. I'm going to a meeting, Declan, I swear. Tim looked up at him with watery eyes. Schooler's back door popped open and the man's daughter appeared on the porch. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Keep him under control, or I will, Eagle growled and turned to cup a hand beneath Mary's elbow to escort her back to the side of the 6-foot solid wood fence. He snapped the side gate closed and made a mental note to nail it shut. He wasn't hurting anything, Mary pulled away. He was drunk, he scowled at her. Mary rolled her eyes and walked calmly back up the steps and into the kitchen. Gritting his teeth, he followed her and closed and locked the back door. He's grieving. I don't give a shit. I don't care, he amended when she shot him a blistering glare, but then her gaze softened and she motioned to the table. Sit down and tell me why you're angry. I'm not angry, he said, frowning. I can tell. Is it Link? Why hasn't he come to see me? Because he's an asshole, that's why, he wanted to shout, but held his tongue. Link may be an asshole, but the guy cared about Mary. And that was the problem. Link kept sticking his nose in business that he shouldn't. He's on a case. And you're not on it with him? Her eyebrows lifted and tendrils of her bun fell loose from her light brown hair. He gazed back into eyes the color of his own. He saw so much of his mother when he looked at her. No, I'm not with him. He hadn't been invited. Link had chosen other operatives to help on his latest case. And fuck if that hadn't hurt like hell. Link didn't want him. Not in his life and not on a case. Link didn't want him, period. That's bullshit and you know it. Eagle shook off the irritating voice and took a seat at the table. Mary placed 2 bowls of chili and a plate filled with cornbread on the table, and his stomach growled. You need to make up with him. Eagle took a bite of chili to avoid responding. Link was the one who had moved out. Yeah, but you were the one who... Mary reached across the table and covered his hand with one of her own. His eyes snapped up from his bowl. Make up. He gave her a tight smile and ducked his head. Easier said than done. Link didn't want to talk to him right now. The guy was mad as all hell, and Eagle couldn't even get close enough to make it right if he wanted. He'd thought that giving Link time to cool down would bring the guy around, but time had only served to increase Link's anger. And Eagle suspected he was seriously fucked. After helping his aunt clean up the kitchen, he headed down the hallway to his room. The door to Link's old room was closed, and Eagle paused there a moment, placing a palm on the wood, and then turned away. Entering his own room, he closed the door and fell back on the king-sized bed that took up most of the room. Gazing up at the fan spinning slowly overhead, he rubbed his fingers through his beard. This wasn't his fault. Link had pushed him. Normally, Eagle was the one with the easygoing nature, and Link was always the fiery one. But not on that day. That day, Link had been a tsunami of fire with a smart-ass attitude, and Eagle had put his foot down. It wasn't his problem if Link didn't like... His cell phone buzzed, breaking his train of thought, and he answered his boss's call. What's up? I need you to check on something for me, Ace said. I need a few more days on the McCade case. He sat up on the edge of the bed. All right, but after you wrap that up, I want you to head out to Bakersfield, California. Call when you're on your way and someone will fill you in. Will do. Eagle flopped back on the bed when Ace ended the call. What the hell was in Bakersfield? Chapter 3. 3 days later. Link. Just after dark, Link stood in the belly of the destroyed restaurant in a small town only a few miles west of a much larger city. Ignoring the sick feeling in the pit of his stomach, he gazed around at the carnage between the big industrial lights the local sheriff had put out. It was too late to really do anything, but he and his team had wanted to get a feel for the place before tomorrow. Plus, Detective Wall was waiting for them. Black, charred remains of a once vibrant eatery lay in ruins. The site was one of the worst he'd ever investigated. The blast had taken out the entrance as well as the main part of the dining area. The kitchen had taken less of the blast, but was still in shambles. 8 people were dead and 7 others were seriously wounded. His own failure weighed heavily on him. Not only had he not apprehended Bob's scab in Nevada, but the guy had crossed back into California a day ago and disappeared. Link had lost his trail. He frowned at the name flashing on his phone and answered it. "Auntie?" "Hi, Link," Eagle's Aunt Mary said. Link stepped outside, clutching the phone. Was something wrong with Eagle? "What's wrong?" "Why? Does something need to be wrong to call you?" She scolded him, and he smirked. While he'd moved out of her house, he still considered her family. He kicked himself for not checking in with her for the past few weeks. "No, ma'am. You can call me any time." "Good. Now, I want you to stop by and pick up some cookies to take to the men." He frowned. "I'm on a job." "I suspected that, silly," she giggled. "When you're done." Link loved her laugh. It always made him smile. "How about I call when I'm finished and arrange a time?" "That sounds perfect. Have you talked to Eagle?" "No." She sighed. "You need to make up with him. I hate that I'm the reason you two broke up." "You're not," he assured her. "You know, there are things that I haven't shared with you that would clear up a lot." Her voice trailed off. "It's okay, Auntie," he murmured, because he suspected she wanted to tell him about Eagle, but it wasn't her place. "It's Eagle's job." "Oh, I was talking about—" "Hello," a cop spotted Link and walked toward him. "Auntie, I've got to go. Everything will be okay," he soothed her, and when she hesitantly said goodbye, he ended the call. "FBI," Link said, lifting the badge and letting the guy read it. David provided all 4 members of his newly created team with federal ID badges in order to make their job a bit easier when dealing with law enforcement inside and outside of the states Pegasus normally worked. Link had to admit having a badge thus far had been a time saver. "Agent Beckett, I've been expecting you all week." There was a touch of annoyance in the older guy's gruff voice. "I'm Detective Wall." Wall was short with graying hair and a mustache to match. Link would put the guy in his late 50s. He hunkered down in his trench coat as protection against the slight drizzle. A frown spread across Wall's forehead and worry lines creased his broad face when Link didn't respond. The cop nervously pulled a hand over his mustache before releasing a heavy sigh. "I'm relieved you're finally here. The suspect is jumping back and forth across state lines," Link said, reminding the detective as such it was now a federal case. Of course, you'll be taking over," Wall said hurriedly, continuously nodding. "I have 3 more associates joining me." Link had left Owen, Creed, and Jordan at the hotel. He'd been too antsy to stay still and had left them an hour ago eating burgers they'd had delivered to the hotel. His team had to eat. He had to remember that. Wall looked confused. "There's one agent already here." "Where?" Link shot his gaze around but spotted none of his team. "In the kitchen," Wall stated and hurried through the rubble to push open a swinging door. Link stopped in the doorway, stunned. "Is he not with you?" Wall asked. "Yeah, he's with me." "Please contact the owners. I need to ask them a few questions," Link told Wall and scowled at Eagle before urging the detective back through the door. When it swung shut on Wall, Link spun around. "What?" Eagle smirked and stuffed what looked to be a bite of pastry into his mouth. "Are you eating week-old crime scene food?" Link glared. "So what if I am?" "Are you?" Link blinked. "Nope." The cops brought donuts. Exasperated, Link stalked closer to the tall, muscled hunk and glared up at him. "You need me." Eagle cocked his head and his hair just brushed his shoulders. "Like a hole in my head." Eagle gave Link a wide smile. He scowled deeper. "Don't get cute." "But you like my cuteness." Eagle stuffed more of what looked to be glazed apple fritter into his mouth. Cuteness was not a word Link would ever use to describe Declan Weller. A hot god, maybe, or a rugged hunk with steel-gray eyes, shaggy hair, and closely cropped beard and mustache that covered a square jaw. Oh, and the muscles that corded and rippled for miles. Jeans hung low on trim hips, and the black t-shirt Eagle wore looked as if it had been poured on. The man stood at least 6 feet 5 inches tall, towering over his own 6 feet, and outweighed him by a good 70 pounds. "Link?" "Yeah." His eyes snapped upward. "What you looking at?" Link silently fumed. "Where'd you get that?" He pointed to the ID badge hanging on a chain around the former Green Beret's neck. "This?" Eagle lifted the FBI badge while showing off that damned smile. "Dave gave it to me." "Great. Why the hell would Dave do that when he'd explicitly said not to involve Eagle?" "We're doing fine. You don't need to be here," Link rasped. Eagle settled those smoky gray eyes on him, and it took everything in Link's power to not twitch at the man's all-too-seeing gaze. "There's no place I'd rather be." "Screw you," Link hissed and spun around. He smacked the swinging door open and almost hit Jordan in the face. "Whoa!" Jordan dodged back. "Sorry," Link sighed and walked past Jordan into the other room. Jordan entered the kitchen and the door swung closed. "What was that about?" Link heard Jordan ask. "He doesn't like me," Eagle said. "Nah," Jordan laughed. "He likes you." "Now you're turning into an eavesdropper." Link gazed heavenward and then pinched the bridge of his nose. "Why are you standing out here?" Jumping, he opened his eyes and grimaced at Owen. "Because the kitchen is suddenly overcrowded." "He's here, then?" Link squinted at the operative. "Did you know Eagle was coming?" "Not until I got a text from him about 30 minutes ago." Link gnashed his teeth. It figured that Eagle would text Owen and not him. Have you really slowed down enough to talk to him? He ignored the voice of reason in his head. Eagle wasn't one to talk very much, but on that day several months ago when he had moved out of Eagle's aunt's house, the man had said plenty using only a few words. "It's none of your business, so just butt out." Not only did the words cut Link, but the closed-off face and tone of Eagle's voice let him know exactly where he stood. "You're right," he sneered, taking defense in anger, and slammed out of the house. Those were the last words of a personal nature they had spoken to each other. Oh, sure, they talked about the job and shit, but never again had they talked about the elephant in the room. Now, Link was done. He didn't want to hear another fucking personal thing from the man. He didn't care if Eagle was here. He was done wasting his time. Chapter 4. Eagle. Jordan pushed open the door and stepped inside. "All good?" "Just dandy," Eagle smirked. Jordan huffed and shook his head. The guy stood several inches shorter than him, but that still put Jordan at about 6 feet 2 inches if Eagle had to guess. With curly dark hair and bright blue eyes, Jordan was a head-turner, but what really sealed the deal was the 24-year-old's quick smile. "Run into Link?" Eagle asked. "Yeah, he threw him off his game." Jordan smiled and Eagle snorted. Picking up a piece of charred wood at his feet, he brought it to his nose. Chemical and soot, but definitely a homemade bomb. At least they weren't dealing with a professional. "Jordan!" Link yelled from the other room. "Guess that's my cue." Jordan laughed and moved quickly out of the kitchen, letting the door swing shut. "You can come out now," Eagle said, and then smirked at the guy standing in the shadows. Ice stepped out and shrugged. "It didn't seem like a good time to interfere." "Nah, Jordan's nice." "I wasn't talking about him." "Oh, you meant Link. Yeah, well, it's never a good time between me and him right now." Ice picked his way over the carnage of the sight. The man was tall, on the ripped side, with a lean build and blonde hair tied in a ponytail at the back of his head. Eagle thought the guy got his nickname from the color of his ice-cold eyes, but he wasn't sure. As a favor to Ace, Eagle had taken Ice with him on the McCade's sex trafficking case he'd been working. "Test him," Ace said. "See what he's got to offer." "So a new member, then," Eagle said. "Maybe. He's been putting his feelers out. He did a few jobs for Erebus, then Phoenix before they went on vacation." Eagle frowned. "And they didn't get a feel for his skills?" "The mission wasn't small enough, and all Roscoe could tell me was that Ice showed up when they needed." "Why didn't they put someone on him to gauge his skills?" Like I said, the mission was just too big to babysit someone. You think I'll be babysitting? No, I have a feeling about him. Just let me know your findings. I don't want him ending up at Erebus, Ace said. Why not? Eagle shrugged. There were worse things than joining up with the SecDef's team of assassins. You'll see. And Eagle had seen. He'd found out he and Ice had a few things in common besides both being ex-military. And all Eagle could say by the end of the job was that Ice was fucking good. Like, scary good. Eagle still didn't know all of the man's background, but the guy's skills of combat, stealth, and marksmanship had been through the roof. Ice came highly recommended by Seven. Other than that, Eagle knew next to nothing about the ex-Navy SEAL. Owen pushed open the kitchen door and stepped inside. The two men sized each other up, gave a cordial nod, and that was that. Owen and Ice had previously met over a month ago during a job to help Pegasus operative Hunter and Seven with a friend. Seven wasn't technically with Pegasus, but the man was with Hunter, and that was good enough for both Ace and Eagle. The kitchen had been saved from most of the blast, but one side looked like structural damage had occurred from the impact. Dishes were in piles on the floor, cabinet doors hung on broken hinges, and a few light fixtures swung loose from over the two large ovens. He hoped the owner had insurance. Owen stacked several small burned-out pieces of explosive parts on the kitchen counter after clearing it with his arm. Got these from the center of the blast area. The crime scene techs missed that? Ice joined Owen at the counter. Yeah, but they got most of it. This piece, Owen shuffled through a few pieces with his fingers and held up a piece of shrapnel, was embedded in a crushed wall. Ice lifted up a small, tangled wire, and the pair immediately started discussing the ins and outs of what had caused the blast. Eagle stopped listening. Not that he didn't care about what the hell had happened, but he cared more about taking down the sons of bitches who had set the charge that killed so many people. His motto was pursue, apprehend, and beat the shit out of them. The chase was fun, and zip-tying those fuckers was better. But fist to flesh? Well, that was a whole hell of a lot more satisfying in his opinion. Stepping over broken dishes and debris, he made his way into the hallway that separated the kitchen from what looked to be two back rooms. The first door he opened was a storeroom for extra supplies. Food stocked the shelves, and a large walk-in freezer stood at the far end. He closed the door and opened the one across the narrow hallway. This one was the office. A scratching noise in one corner had him slowly pulling out his Glock. With quiet steps, he eased around the perimeter. The blast had toppled things, so it was slow going. Come out of there, he growled when he finally reached the corner where a whiteboard had fallen over. No answer. A short scuffling and then silence. Eagle reached out with his free hand, gun held tight in the other, and flipped the board back. Ah, shit, he muttered. A very young puppy gazed at him with fear in his big brown eyes. Where had he come from? Had he been here a whole fucking week? Tucking his gun away, Eagle crouched and held out his fingers. Slowly, the pup smelled them. That allowed Eagle to lift the dog up and cuddle him in one arm. A pink wet tongue tried to lick his face off, and he angled his head slightly away. His free hand ruffled the short brown hair. If he had to guess, he'd say it was a small breed, about 2 months old. He knew next to nothing about dogs, though. I bet someone's missing you, Eagle said to the dog, who continued licking and wiggling. Huffing out a small chuckle, Eagle retraced his steps. Chapter 5. Link. I think that... Barging into the kitchen area, Link stopped in mid-speech. Expecting to find Eagle, he came face to face with Ice. Ice. Link rubbed at the back of his head, wondering what the hell was going on. Had Eagle brought Ice to the crime scene, and if so, why? Hello, Link. Ice gave him a slow nod. What brings you here? Helping out. Oh? Yeah, Eagle and I just got back from working a case down near San Diego. A case? They worked a case together? Link felt like he'd missed a memo. He swallowed at his sudden heartburn and rubbed at his chest. Are you working for Pegasus now? No, I'm just doing a few trial runs, Ace said. The man's eyes were so light they appeared to be an icy blue, and that, combined with blonde hair falling loose, put Ice in the very good-looking category. A trial run meant Ace was hiring and someone was probably retiring. Or it could be that they were taking on too many cases to handle all of them. Not too long ago, Link had heard that Ice was joining Erebus. Link could see it. The cautious way the man moved and worked made him seem fitting for an assassin. Link remembered the last job he and Eagle had worked, and Ice had been there. The guy was good. Really good. Is Seven with you? No. Ice didn't mince his words. Wearing black tactical gear, the guy stood confident and waiting. What was he waiting for? Did Ice think Link would dismiss him? He'd thought about it for a second, but then decided he was being ridiculous. Eagle didn't have a thing for Ice. Annoyed with himself, he glanced at Owen, who had been studying pieces of charred debris on the counter, but the man had stopped when he and Ice started talking. What are you looking for? Link asked. I'll know when I see it, but I have a hunch. Owen turned back to the small pile. Okay, Ice, since you're here to help, team up with Owen. See if you two can find something the crime scene techs might have missed. The corner of Ice's sexy mouth quirked. Will do. The floorboards creaked behind him, and Link swung around to find Eagle coming from the back, cuddling a puppy. The thing was cute, wiggling and slobbering over Eagle's chin with its small pink tongue. Eagle's deep chuckle sent a tingle down Link's spine. Where'd you find her? Link asked when Eagle walked right up to him. He reached out and scratched beneath the dog's tiny chin. I found him in the back office beneath some crap. Well, let's give Detective Wall a job, Link snorted. Eagle grinned, and for a moment Link felt transported back in time to all the pets they'd rescued together. In their line of work, they often came across displaced pets and had taken pleasure in reuniting them with their owners. Link could tell by the look on Eagle's face that the big gruff soldier loved that part of the job, and Eagle had voiced many times through the years that he'd love to get a pet of his own. It reminded Link of the time they'd found an old dog in one of the factories they'd converged on. Fuck. It must have been 8 years ago if he remembered correctly. The interior of the warehouse had been a mess and had smelled of mildew and rot. Every bit of the old place had been damaged by a fire and weather through the years, but their suspect had led Fury there. It had taken his Special Forces unit a few minutes to locate the suspect and neutralize him, and then it had taken another hour to find a foster home for the old dog they'd found lying its gray head on a rotted mattress. The animal had been emaciated from lack of food, so it had taken time to locate someone to care for the dog. In the end, Eagle had shelled out money to the foster family to care for Otis, what the new family had named him, until he was finally laid to rest. Link remembered the sheen that had hit Eagle's gray eyes the day they'd gotten the call about a year after rescuing the dog. Link had gone out of his way to cheer Eagle up by reminding him that Otis had a really good final year, and sometimes that was all a person or animal could ask for. Link. He shook those thoughts away when Eagle called his name and curled his fingers through the pup's soft fur again. Even after Otis, there had been many pets to rescue, but neither of them had ever owned one. Link supposed it boiled down to being too busy with work to get a dog. Link had lived in an apartment as long as he could remember after the service. Then he'd lived at Eagle's aunt's house, and well, after that? Currently, he found the Pegasus bunker just fine. There were several small sleeping quarters that suited his needs. He needed nothing more. Lead the way, Eagle said, breaking into his thoughts again. Link dropped his hand from the dog and headed out of the kitchen. He clearly heard each step Eagle took behind him. He was way too close, and Link knew if he stopped, Eagle would be right there. His stomach heated, and he picked up the pace and didn't draw a deep breath until he was out in the parking lot. Link blinked at the darkness. No longer hearing Eagle, Link spun quickly and smashed into the bigger man. Eagle held the pup out of harm's way and curled a thickly muscled arm around his waist. Link was pulled against Eagle, chest to groin, and he jerked his head up, breath coming in a quick, silent rush to find Eagle's smoky eyes on his mouth. Pulling away was difficult, but he did it and was proud of himself. Fuck, it hurt. It was like prying apart two magnets that were meant to be together. Magnets? Link almost snorted. Try electromagnets with electricity supercharged. Stop, he silently admonished himself. Detective Wall is this way, Link croaked, and he stalked off in the direction of the detective. He didn't dare turn around again in case Eagle was too close, but he couldn't get the feel of the man's hard body out of his mind. In fact, he would have sworn that another part of Eagle had been just as... What's that? Wall said, pointing to Eagle, who'd come up behind him so close Link could feel the heat coming off the man. It's the owner's dog, Link said, clearing the frog in his throat. Eagle stepped around him, brushing their shoulders and arms together, and held out the puppy to the detective. Wall had no option but to take the wiggling animal. Was the pup left here for a week? Eagle growled. I don't know, Wall said. Find out why they abandoned him. Maybe he was lost in the blast, Wall offered, and Eagle squinted, clearly not believing the lame excuse. If that is the case, see that he gets to his owners, Eagle said in that deep, authoritative voice that brooked no arguing. Detective Wall clutched the puppy and nodded as if he was used to taking orders from others. Link knew that wasn't the case. The reason Wall did as he was told was because of Eagle. The man commanded respect and obedience wherever he went. Except from Link. No way in hell did he obey Eagle. They had a mutually respectful partnership. Okay, that wasn't true at the moment. Right then, they didn't have much of a partnership at all. Eagle glanced down and Link glared into the man's eyes. Get back to work, Link snapped. Yes, boss. Link wanted to wipe that smirk from Eagle's lips, but the ex-Special Forces soldier was already walking away. Link finally let out the breath he was holding. Chapter 6. Eagle. Sorry for crowding in, Eagle said, dropping his duffel bag on the spare queen-size bed in the motel room. They had spent the rest of the evening at the blown-out building site before heading back to a roadside motel on the edge of town. Jordan glanced up from the two laptops spread before him on the small desk along the wall. Empty coffee cups and fast food wrappers littered the tabletop. It's cool. I don't mind, the techie said before looking back at his computers. Jordan had left the blast site shortly after Eagle had arrived to do some research. Eagle rubbed his palms together. He could still feel the pup's small body resting trustingly in his hands while he'd watched Link's fingers caressing the pup's fur. He wanted those fingers on him. He wanted to have Link cup his face and tell him everything would be okay. That they were okay and they could keep the puppy and start a I thought Link said Ice was coming with you when he called me. Jordan broke into his thoughts. Eagle shook off the stupid thoughts of Link and the future and answered Jordan honestly. Nah, Ice doesn't play well with others. It was one of the things Eagle thought about where Ice was concerned. If the guy couldn't work with a team bigger than two, he wasn't going to fit. On the other hand, Pegasus still employed Fisher, and he was an extreme loner. So there was that. I kind of suspected. Jordan cracked a quick smile and turned back to the laptop. What are you looking at? Eagle walked over and sat on the edge of Jordan's hotel bed as it was closest to the desk. He gazed over the younger man's shoulder at the computer screen. I'm looking for the perp's possible revisit to the crime scene. Find anything interesting? Yeah, look at this. Jordan pointed to a figure in the crowd of people standing behind yellow tape at the crime scene yesterday. I swear that's the same guy we're chasing. You sure? Mm-hmm. Jordan pulled up the photo from where someone was leaving the scene the first time, the one at the bus station, and then his latest one. I found out that the guy, Bob Scab, the suspect Link tailed to Arizona last week? What about him? Well, for one, that's not his real name. And on the bomb site surveillance, he looks like a teenager. So the perp had revisited the crime scene. Well, shit, Eagle grimaced. Yeah, that's what Link said when I texted him. Eagle could only imagine what Link had said when Jordan discovered it might be a kid they were chasing, and he doubted it had only been, well, shit. A rap of knuckles jerked Eagle's head up, and Jordan jumped up to open the door before resuming his seat at the desk. Link stood with a hand on the open frame. Fuck. Eagle stretched his legs out and crossed his booted feet at his ankles and resisted the urge to adjust himself. Link's perfect mouth was flat and irritation shot from his bright blue eyes. His normally cropped facial hair was a bit scruffy, but in no way detracted from his hotness. Link carried his age very well, and Eagle wished for half of the man's gene pool, but he'd gotten his old man's scruffy hair, face, and build. "We need to talk." Eagle smirked, stood, and advanced to his bed, where he tossed his duffel to the floor. Once done, he sat on the queen bed and leaned back against the headboard, putting his boots on the bedspread. When Link scowled, Eagle patted the bed. "Come talk." "Outside," Link hissed, a flush mounting high on his cheeks. "Now." The man whirled with an explosive power that sent Eagle's gut heating and stalked out, leaving the door open. Jordan shot him a look, and Eagle smirked with a shrug. Damn. Link was a fine ball of fire. Eagle knew he was going to have trouble when he'd accepted this assignment, and he'd wondered if it was going to be worth Link's anger. It hadn't always been that way. In the beginning, Eagle had been gobsmacked by Link's sleek good looks and lethal skills. He would have hit on Link in a heartbeat if he hadn't been so fucking tongue-tied. Link thought it was because he didn't talk much in the beginning. Eagle let the man think that. It was better than having Link know he'd had the hots for him since day one. The door from the hotel stood wide open, and Eagle smirked. He reached up and cupped the back of his head and leaned deeper against the headboard. Jordan's eyes grew wide. "Now, Eagle." Frustration was clear in Link's voice, making him want to laugh. Sure, he could go out there and Link would tell him to leave and he'd say no and then they'd fight. Or he could stay right here. Link appeared in the doorway. There was no way in hell the man could stay still. Anger filled Link's eyes, and Eagle calmly held the man's fiery gaze. "I'm not leaving," Eagle said. "Well then, do you think you can get off your ass and go back to the crime scene with me?" Link said, the words thick with sarcasm before disappearing. Eagle jackknifed from the bed, grabbing up his jacket and an extra clip from the duffel, before he stepped outside and shut the door on a snickering Jordan. He slipped on his jacket when a slight drizzle picked up. Just before spring in Bakersfield could produce rainstorms, as the rainy season here roughly hit 5, and sometime even more, months out of the year. It figured the job would be during this time. He wasn't a fan of the rain. Link was already sitting behind the wheel of one of the unit's XL SUVs. The unit had multiple tactical vehicles, with most being large or extra-large SUVs that could fit 5 to 8 men with room in the back for gear. The XL vehicles also included electronics and provided room to run an on-the-road command center. The only other one that was bigger than them all was an ATV, a tank-like armored tactical vehicle. The wipers rhythmically slapped against the windshield as Eagle crossed the asphalt to slide into the passenger seat. Expecting to find Owen and Creed in the back, he was surprised to find it empty. "Why are we going back?" "You saw the photo Jordan found of the guy in the crowd? He texted it to me." "Yeah," Eagle nodded. "I have a hunch," Link said. "Don't you want your team?" he said gruffly, looking out the window instead of at the gorgeous man next to him. Link sighed and peeled out of the parking lot. He took the corner into the street faster than the SUV could handle. Tires spun and squealed on the asphalt, sending the vehicle flying forward with a burst of speed. Eagle grabbed the oh-shit handle over the door. "Where's Ice?" "I don't know." Eagle squeezed the handle tightly. "Slow down," he said, but he knew it wouldn't do any good. Lately, Link only had one speed, and it was supersonic. With a snort, Link punched the gas again, and the SUV flew down the street, took another corner too fast, and then careened into the parking lot of the burned-out site. Link parked and exited the vehicle while Eagle was still trying to get his stomach out of his throat. It took a full minute to pull open the door and shut it. By the time he did that, Link had already disappeared into the blown-out building. Massive indoor lights had been set up by CSI, and Link flipped them on. Debris crunched beneath Eagle's boots, and the slight sound on the pavement had him missing the sound behind him. The 2x4 cracked against his back, high up. Any higher and it would have hit his neck, but the attacker missed that vital area. Eagle winced because, well, it fucking hurt, but in no way would it slow him down. They'd need a bigger stick. They'd need a fucking gun to take him out. He spun, years of Special Forces training kicking in, and he put his foot into the fucker, landing a solid kick into the masked man's side. The slider figure slammed to the ground with a cry, but was up in a split second. Moving in, the guy had the fucking nerve to swing that goddamn stick again, this time like a baseball bat. Just before the 2x4 reached him, Eagle snapped his hand out and locked it around the piece of wood, easily yanking it out of his attacker's grip. The subject cried out. Damn it. The guy was only a kid. One-handed, Eagle tossed the wood aside and the young man dodged in, but instead of taking a swing, he kicked Eagle. Eagle shifted his leg and saved his junk, but the kick landed on his thigh, sending a burn through his leg. He dodged sideways and snatched at the boy, but the teenager nimbly jumped away. Eagle suspected it was the same teenager Jordan had seen on the video. He was sure of it. "Little shit," Eagle growled, but he wouldn't hurt a child. "I told you to hurry up," a voice said, and a darkly clad figure ran out of the darkness. Taser prongs hit Eagle square in the upper chest. The zap sent pain exploding through his body, and he lost his ability to take a breath. The currency hijacked his form, sent volts through his nerves, and locked up his muscles. He lost complete control and fell backward. Well, fuck. "Motherfucker!" Link shouted suddenly from behind and caught him. There was no way in hell he could stop himself from falling, and Link wouldn't be able to take his weight. He fell to the ground, taking Link with him. The attackers got away, but his partner's body saved his head from smacking the pavement. Link sat spread-legged on the ground and ripped the taser prongs away. Pulling him closer, Link held him, and all Eagle could do was suck oxygen into his lungs while his brain and body struggled to catch up. "You're okay, you're okay. I've got you," Link whispered over and over, rocking him. Bending forward, Link placed his cheek against Eagle's unshaven face and held him tightly with one arm, while Link's other hand gripped a .40 caliber. "My hero," Eagle croaked. "Shut up," Link rasped against his cheek. Eagle closed his eyes. Chapter 7. Link. The hospital was quiet, and so was Eagle, which wasn't unusual. Other than one grumbling complaint when movement returned to his limbs, Eagle hadn't said another word about the ride to get checked out. Maybe the hospital was a bit much, but Link wasn't taking any chances. He leaned against the wall inside of the hospital room while the ER doc checked out Eagle's heart, lungs, and the burns on his chest from the taser. He should have been right there with Eagle when the man had been jumped. It was his job to have Eagle's back. Only he'd been too pissed off to wait. Maybe pissed off wasn't the right word. Maybe it was his need to get away from the raging desire that consumed him when Eagle was around. Maybe. Maybe not. It didn't matter why. His fucking temper had almost cost Eagle his life. This hadn't been the first time one of them had been injured during a mission or job, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. Only this time was different. This time, he'd fucked up by leaving his partner. He rubbed at his chest and bounced one leg, and as the doctor was talking to Eagle, Link pulled out his cell phone and made the call. When the doctor tossed him an irritated look, Link glared. Fuck stepping out of the room to make a phone call. He wasn't going anywhere. Detective Wall answered on the second ring, and Link filled the guy in about the incident. The detective promised to have a patrol car at the site within half an hour. Next, Link called Ace, and when the man answered, Link sighed. "What's wrong?" Ace said, concern clear in his tone. "Eagle got tased." Ace went quiet, and Link could only imagine what he was thinking. "What happened?" Ace's voice turned even, kind of flat-like. "We had perps revisit the crime scene. I left Eagle and went inside. I didn't have his back, so this is my fault," he admitted, running a hand through his hair in frustration. "Do I need to relieve you from your post?" Ace growled. "No. It won't happen again." He'd fucked up. Not having Eagle's back would never happen again. "All right. Keep me informed." "I will." "And Link?" "Yeah." "I trust you. You know that, right?" Link swallowed past the lump in his throat. "I know. Thanks, boss." When Ace ended the call, Link shoved his phone back into his pocket and resumed listening to the conversation between Eagle and the ER doc. Everything is fine. You may get a headache, and it'll take a bit to clear up any brain fog. Expect shakiness for the next hour, the doctor said, placing the stethoscope around his neck. Eagle nodded and slowly buttoned his shirt, covering the hair on his muscled chest. The doc nodded to Link on his way out the door, but Link didn't look away from Eagle. Fingers that looked as calm as you please buttoned his shirt, and he slid slowly from the bed. Lifting his wallet and keys from the table, Eagle shoved those into his pockets. Eagle didn't say a word of how he felt. He just acted like they could pick up and go back to work. It was fucking infuriating, and Link took a deep breath to calm his nerves. You ready? Only when Eagle spoke did Link move his eyes from the man's frame to hold his gray eyes. Are you? Link countered. Always. Eagle gave him a crooked smile that flipped his stomach. Link snorted to cover his fluster and the lump growing in his throat. He spun toward the door to hide what he was sure was a tortured gaze. Eagle was there before he could pull the door open, crowding up behind him. Link felt the power coming from Eagle, even though an inch of space still separated them. Eagle's hands pressed flat to the closed door on either side of his head. Link focused on the veins running beneath the skin on those big, strong hands and forearms. Link. What? He said to the white metal door. They couldn't cross this line again. Not until... This isn't your fault. On that point, Eagle knew him too well, but that was actually bullshit. Eagle could have been killed while he had been stewing inside that fucking building. If he hadn't come back outside... He cut himself off from finishing the thought. From now on, you stick to me like glue, Link growled to the door. Eagle sank against his back and Link pressed against the door, panting, and his cock jerked. The mouth nosing through the hair at his nape almost had him coming in his jeans. I'm okay, Eagle breathed. I don't care, he lied. You stay with me. The door gave way when someone tugged from the other side, and Link almost fell through. He righted himself, and Eagle put distance between them. Jordan's eyebrows shut up and then gazed past Link to Eagle. You good? Yep, Eagle drawled gruffly. Link stepped out into the hall and sucked in several much-needed breaths. He squared his shoulders when Creed, Owen, and Ice snapped up from chairs down the hall. Where the fuck were you? Link snarled, walking right up to Ice. The man's gaze remained unreadable. Link didn't give a shit. Ice had come with Eagle, so why hadn't the guy had his back? He knew he was being unreasonable, but he didn't fucking care. Link, Owen cut in, placing a hand on his shoulder so he couldn't lunge forward. He was with me going through evidence. Like you ordered. Fuck, Link hissed and jerked away from Owen. This was his own fault, and Link was going to have to own it. Sorry, he told Ice gruffly. No problem. The man's eyes studied him as if he could see behind the reason for his intense anger, and Link turned away. Let's move it, he ordered, not looking back as he strode toward the discharge desk. It was a quiet group who walked across the hospital parking lot, and Link was glad for it. He needed the quiet in order to get a fucking grip. He and Eagle had always bounced sparks off each other, but over the past several months it had moved off the Richter scale. It all had to do with a kiss. As much as they had flirted and cared for each other through the years, they'd never crossed the line until that fucking kiss. Not too long ago, they'd talked about moving from friendship to lovers and had sealed the deal with a kiss. That was the exact moment everything had gone to hell. Now, Link thought enough time had passed that they should probably hash it out. But right then, he wasn't ready to disrupt the tentative truce they'd called. Ice borrowed one of the SUVs, which had Owen, Creed, and Jordan crowding in with him and Eagle. It was a teenager, Eagle said when the door shut. Link turned the ignition but didn't put the vehicle in drive. Who? The attacker. No, Link frowned. The guy who shot you with the stun gun was an adult male. Not that one. The other one, Eagle said, rubbing at his forehead. What other one? I only saw the one with the stun gun. Fucker got away before I could kill him, Link muttered, his voice dark. A bit drastic, don't you think? Jordan snarked. A bullet for a zap? Link stared at Jordan through the rearview mirror until the younger man looked away. Link pulled out of the parking lot and merged into the late-night traffic. Trust me, there were two, Eagle said. How the fuck had Link missed that? Shit. All he could remember was catching Eagle and wanting to murder someone. You think it's gang-related? Owen said from the back seat. Could be, Link murmured, because he trusted Eagle, and if his partner said there were two men, then there were two. He shot another look at Jordan. Did you see anyone board that bus at the same time as Scab? Or buy a ticket at the same time? I wasn't looking for an accomplice. Easy enough to check, Jordan gestured to his laptop case. I'm fucking starving, Creed grumbled. I could eat, Eagle said. Link smirked and made a U-turn, backtracking to an all-night diner he'd seen leaving the hospital. His team grabbed onto doors and whatever they could when the SUV lurched and tires squealed. Link cackled. Ass, Owen gasped, and Eagle's laughter filled the vehicle. Where did Ice take off to? Link asked, and he met Owen's eyes in the rearview mirror. He said he had an errand to run, Owen said, looking away. Link didn't believe Owen, but he left it there and made a mental note to follow up with another apology. The all-night diner's cracked and cratered parking lot held 3 cars and a big rig parked off to the side, and Link took a spot near the front door. Oh, man, I want pancakes, Jordan said as they entered the faded mauve-colored building with glass front windows that stretched the length of the structure. Sugar will cloud your brain, Owen muttered. Maybe your brains, not mine, Jordan shot the man an annoyed look. Waffles sound good to me, Creed snickered, and Owen squinted at the pair. Suit yourselves. Settled in a large booth, they had coffees, waters, and food in no time. Jordan had eventually opted for an omelet, and the younger man ignored the look of pride from Owen. Instead, Jordan opened up the laptop that was never far from him. Within a few clicks, he had the video up and the ticket sales list from the bus station on that day. Nope, no tickets were bought at the same time, and nobody boarded that bus with him, Jordan said around a bite of bacon. Maybe he came back for that guy, Link mused out loud. So check the video of the bomb site and see if you can see anyone else on there. Maybe the crowd afterward. That was one good thing about the Bakersfield police. They were fucking thorough. They'd filmed the looky-loos after the bombing and all that day. Wall does have his shit together, Jordan agreed. But I have no way to know if the other guy was there. What did he look like? Eagle stared blankly at Jordan for a moment and then took a swallow of coffee. He rushed out and hit me in the chest with the taser. He wore a mask, but I'd say 6'3", a bit bigger than a medium build, but not muscular. Okay, I'll look for that body type, Jordan smiled. Hopefully they'd get a break and find this son of a bitch because Link had a fucking bone to pick. Nobody, but nobody, fucked with Eagle and got away with it. Well, minus himself, of course. Chapter 8. Eagle. Eagle rolled over on the hard motel bed. His dreams had been all kinds of fucked up last night, his sleep fitful. He could still feel Link's back against his chest and the way the man's breath had grown shallow in that hospital room. He hugged the hotel pillow and stared at the thread of morning light coming through the curtains. It had taken them years, but his best friend had gotten beneath his skin. Link burned him up, and the mutual attraction had flared when Link had moved into his aunt's house. The thing was, it had always been there, but they'd both been too worried about their friendship to cross that line. Yet the pull was a burning ache that refused to go away. They wanted each other, pure and simple, and they'd admitted it one night almost a year ago, but the universe hadn't agreed. Fuck that. Universe my ass. It hadn't been the fucking cosmos that had ended their attempt at being together. It had been the damned drunken neighbor hitting on his aunt. Maybe Eagle shouldn't have lost his temper, but Link shouldn't have interfered. And to top it off, Link had ruined all their plans by moving out the next fucking day without a word. Enough had been said during their blow-up, Eagle reminded himself. Did he regret what he'd said? Fuck yes, but that didn't change the fact that Link had gotten in between him and a family matter. He sighed. He sucked at relationships. He had 0 skills in that department, and at the first flare-up he'd said some really hurtful things. Somehow, he needed to get Link to slow down so they could talk. "You awake?" Jordan whispered. "Yeah." Eagle rolled over to find the younger man sitting up in bed, hair askew, rubbing sleep from his face. "So I've been thinking," Jordan said. "About what?" "You and Link." "What about us?" He was careful to keep his face blank. "I think you two should be locked in a fucking room so you can talk it out." Jordan's smile was satisfied. Eagle grunted and sat up. "Don't think I haven't tried." "You have?" Jordan's eyebrows lifted. "Cornering Link is like trying to catch a rattlesnake, especially when he's mad." Jordan's head tipped to the side for a moment. "I don't think he's mad." "What? Have you seen the death glares? Have you heard any of the snide comments?" "Jesus," Jordan sighed, and gave him a pitying look. "He's not mad. He's hurt." A knock interrupted Jordan's words, and the young man popped out of bed and strode across to the door in tight, dark blue briefs. Eagle almost cautioned him not to answer it, but on the off chance it was Owen, Eagle wanted to see the guy swallow his tongue. "What the fuck?" Owen growled. "What?" Jordan stepped back and stalked across the room, leaving Owen to step inside. The operative's gaze jerked to Jordan's rumpled bed and then to Eagle still in his own bed, and the tenseness in Owen's shoulders relaxed. Jordan grabbed clothes and slammed the bathroom door, leaving Eagle and Owen in a thick silence. "You bring coffee?" "Do I look like I brought coffee?" Owen said between his clenched teeth and closed the hotel room door before striding over to the coffee maker. Eagle grinned and shoved aside the sheet. Unlike Jordan, Eagle didn't wear anything to bed. He was hopping on one foot to get his boxers on when the door slammed open and Link filled the entrance. The guy took a look at his bare ass and glared around the room. "Got your own key?" "No, ass." Link pointed to the metal latch that Owen had probably left flipped. Owen, after a quick glance at the door, wasn't looking at Link or Eagle. Instead, the guy was muttering at the coffee pot and trying to get the package that contained the coffee grounds open. "Sleep in something, will you? This isn't your pad," Link hissed at him, eyes on fire. Eagle chuckled and finished getting his boxers situated and ran a hand over his bare chest. "Yes, Your Majesty." Owen laughed and then looked over with a grin. Link glared at Eagle, following the hand Eagle was pulling down his chest with his eyes. "Get dressed," Link barked. "I haven't showered yet," Eagle grinned and stretched beneath Link's sharp gaze. They stood like that for several moments until Owen cleared his throat. "Here's your coffee," Owen said, handing Eagle the cup. "Thank you, Owen. I appreciate it." Link's face might have turned from a flush to a mottled red. Eagle wasn't sure, though. Too many shades of red existed to pick one. "Get ready," Link spun away. "We need to get going, and bring what you need because we're staking out the bomb site later tonight." "Why?" Eagle called before Link could disappear. "Because the patrol cops said the suspects showed up again last night." "After the hospital?" Eagle, surprised, paused from sipping. "Yes." Link shut the door on his way out. "What the hell?" Eagle muttered and sipped at the hot coffee. "There's something there they want." Owen leaned his ass on the desk and pulled his eyes from the bathroom door. "You thinking maybe a hidden safe?" Owen's head tilted a bit. "Maybe. We might want to watch them search the place before we take them into custody." "I'll pass it by Link." "Oh?" Amusement filled Owen's eyes. "Yes, smartass," Eagle smirked. "You two crack me up." "Why's that?" Eagle finished his coffee in one gulp. "The way you dance around your attraction." "Owen, there ain't no dancing involved." Owen's gaze turned solemn. "Why is that?" "I don't know," he lied. It wasn't anyone's business what was or what wasn't between him and Link. Besides, it wasn't much for sharing one way or another. Well, if you ever need a friend to talk to. Eagle offered a small smile. Thanks, Your turn. I saved you hot water, Jordan said, popping open the bathroom door and entering the main room. Steam followed the slender man's barely clad figure, and so did Owen's eyes. Eagle snorted, snatched up his stuff, and disappeared into the bathroom. He shut the door and rubbed a hand over his beard. Might be time for a trim. You're going to need to stop being naked around me. Owen's voice came muffled through the door. Oh, why's that? Can't control your lust? Jordan said. That young man had a quick-fire comeback for all of Owen's comments. Come here. No. Eagle shook his head and flipped on the shower, drowning out any further talking or non-talking going on. He had bigger fish to fry. He had to get Link to talk to him. They had to figure this out before it ruined their friendship. Link needed to admit that he was in the wrong. That should make everything right. And then maybe, just maybe, they could be something together. Chapter 9. Link. Damn it! He was going to skin himself an eagle if the guy continued pushing his buttons. Snatching up an empty cup at the morning buffet, he filled it with black coffee and stood sipping it. You good? Creed asked, coming to stand next to him with his own coffee in hand. Yeah. Link avoided Creed's searching gaze. He still had Eagle's bare ass burned in his brain. And as irrational as it sounded, it bothered the hell out of him that Eagle had slept naked. His eyes had immediately gone to the tattoo. Simple links of a metal chain etched around Eagle's muscular bicep. Link rubbed at his own left shoulder and the eagle tattoo there beneath his shirt. They'd got the tattoos years ago on a drunken bender during a weekend leave. He gnashed his teeth and took another swallow of coffee before he answered. Did you do what you planned? No, he had not told Eagle about his father. He had planned on it, but the motel room had been too fucking crowded. No, he clipped out. Why not? Because I'm still pissed at him. For what? Not understanding your reasoning? Creed drawled. It wasn't the right time, Link flashed Creed an annoyed look. He was almost sorry he'd shared with Creed, although he shouldn't really be surprised Creed had noticed something was wrong. The man was by nature quiet and observant. So yeah, in a weak moment a few days ago when he was feeling depressed and couldn't get Eagle off his mind, he'd shared with Creed. Now that he thought further, on a job probably hadn't been the best time to bring up what had happened. Nevertheless, he'd told Creed why he'd moved out of Eagle's aunt's house in a fit of anger, and he'd also shared a few more things. It wasn't like he and Eagle didn't still have to work together, see each other at the Pegasus bunker, and work together on some of the same missions. He'd tried for the sake of keeping the peace, but it sucked that every time he called a truce, something came up between them that skyrocketed the tension. His own childhood had been filled with tension so thick it had given him an ulcer at an early age. He hated the constant source of stress in his work life. 45 minutes later, they pulled up to the bombing site to find Detective Wall standing with two people in the lot near the building. Parking, Link left the vehicle and, along with his men, headed toward the group. I'm telling you, I don't know who did this, an older man said with a raised voice. The guy was big, but not very tall, and had dark hair and a sweaty face. Or maybe that was the drizzling rain. Link would bet money the nervous wiping of a handkerchief on the man's brow was a habit. A young man stood next to the guy wearing baggy pants and a t-shirt, with his hair hanging in his face and blue sneakers on his feet. Detective Wall gave Link a quick nod and a relieved look before gesturing to the men. This is the owner, Mr. Richards, and his son Kenneth, Wall told Link when they reached the group. I'm Agent Beckett. Can you tell me what happened? Someone blew up my restaurant, Richards snapped. Do you have any idea of who they might be? Link squinted. No, and now they bombed me. Who are they? I told you I don't know, the older man said angrily, glancing away. Kenneth rolled his eyes skyward at his father's snappy answers. Link released an irritated breath, but kept his face blank. He wasn't getting anywhere with Richard, so he might as well cut the man loose. He could always question the guy in the future. Okay, Mr. Richards, leave your number with Detective Wall and we'll be in touch, Link said. Wait, Wall told Mr. Richards and waved at a nearby cop. I have something that belongs to you. The cop reached into the detective's car and pulled out the dark-colored pup, then walked over and held the dog out to Mr. Richards. The owner turned on his son. I told you to get rid of that rat last week. I did, but it keeps coming back, Kenneth said, shaking his head when the cop tried to hand the younger man the pup. Link watched the exchange with narrowed eyes. Take it to the pound, Mr. Richards snapped. I'll take it. The quiet voice had everyone, even Link, turning that way. Ice walked toward the cop and plucked the pup out of the man's arms. Hey, Mr. Richards started. We might be selling it. Ice turned his head and stared at the older man until the guy swallowed and glanced away. Whatever. Link wanted to knock the fucker into next week, and he was sure it showed in his face and voice. Detective, get them out of my crime scene. Link didn't wait for an answer, jerking his head at his men. Without hesitation, all of them entered the blown-out building behind Link. You think the owner's lying about what's going on? Eagle asked. Maybe, Link sighed and pulled on a pair of crime scene gloves. Ice stood in the center of the room with the puppy and then placed him on the floor. Crouching next to the animal, Ice lifted a piece of charred wood and held it out. The pup sniffed with a happy wag of its tail. Ice removed something that looked like a treat and said something too low for Link to hear as he gave it to the dog. When Ice stood and advanced through the blown-out crime scene, the puppy was right on the heel of his boots. For the next 2 hours, they combed through the wreckage for any and all evidence that might have been missed by CSI. After a while, the smell of soot, burned rubber, and singed overheated metal drove Link out of the deeper parts of the building for fresh air. He noticed that the others hadn't been outside in some time. Let's gather at the front, Link ordered. Nobody argued as they stepped outside, gathering around him. The pup tripped and rolled before jumping up and sitting on Ice's boots. Excuse me, a voice said from behind them. Yes, Link turned to meet the eyes of the restaurant owner's son. They were supposed to have left the premises. I know who did this, Kenneth said. Who? The Carson kids. Do you know their first names? Link asked. John and Terry? No, wait, it's Tyler. Do you have any idea why they would bomb your dad's place? The guy rubbed at his mouth and shook his head. Why didn't your dad want to tell us their names? I don't know. Link studied Kenneth for a moment and turned to Jordan. Find me everything you can on John and Tyler Carson. You got it, Jordan said, making his way toward one of the SUVs. Thank you, Link told Kenneth. Go with Jordan and give him a number where we can contact you if we have more questions. The young man nodded and hurried after Jordan. Link turned back to the team. The good news is that we have a name. The bad news is that we still don't know what's going on. So the restaurant owner definitely knows more than he's saying, Eagle said, and Link agreed. Ice and I will start with examining the bomb fragments CSI collected, Owen suggested. We might be able to trace where some of those parts were purchased. Detective Wall had made the evidence accessible to them, so that sounded like the best place to start, but all the evidence was down at the station. If we could get an address of where those parts were delivered, we could potentially pinpoint the buyers, Creed added. You think there's enough frags? Link asked Owen, including Ice. There's always something left. We can try, at least, Ice said with a nod. Go, give the crime scene unit a call, Link said, and Owen, Ice, and Creed went back inside, followed by the puppy. Wait, Link called out, and they all turned. What kind of dog is that? Link asked Ice. It's a chocolate lab, Ice said, glancing down at the dark brown pup. What are you going to call him? Link asked. Grit. Link smirked. Cool. The three men entered the building and Link turned to Eagle. The chances of finding the manufacturer of the frags was slim, but they had to exhaust all leads. He found the man strangely quiet, and Link didn't like it. Thoughts? It's too soon, Eagle said, and carefully started walking through the crime scene. Link gritted his teeth and followed after the big man's form. It irritated the hell out of him when Eagle turned his back. It went deeper than walking away from him at a crime scene. It brought up the last time Eagle had walked away. "Boss?" Owen's voice came over the comms, and Link pressed the unit in his ear. "Go ahead." "I called the station's lab tech and had him check. The mechanism has tracer elements embedded into it. We can trace those back to the manufacturer." "You and I get to the station and work with the tech," Link said. "We're on it." That would make their job a whole hell of a lot easier, and maybe, just maybe, they could get enough information to catch the killers. "Agent?" Kenneth was once again at the door. "I remembered something else." Link walked with Eagle, and with a gesturing hand, Link motioned Kenneth back outside. The fumes in the place weren't good. Creed walked over to join them. "Go ahead," Link told the young man. "Last week we had a group of people protesting outside the restaurant," Kenneth said. "What were they protesting?" "They had signs that said, 'Go home, you don't belong here,' and that kind of thing." Link frowned. "Why would they have signs like that outside of an eatery?" "We belong to and attend services at the local mosque." "Were the Carson kids part of the protesters?" "I don't know," the owner's son said. "Okay, Kenneth, thank you. We'll be in touch." Link turned to Creed after Kenneth walked away. "Look up any active hate groups in the area." Creed nodded and disappeared inside the XL SUV where Jordan was currently running a search on other data. "Boss?" Jordan's voice came over the comms. Link pressed his earpiece. "What do you have, Jordan?" "Brothers Tyler, John, and Cliff Carson, ages 15, 18, and 22. Photos on your phones. All three have records. John and Cliff for breaking and entering, and Tyler for petty theft. Their address is not too far from here." Jordan rattled off the house number and street. "Parents deceased. Mother died from cancer, and last year the father crashed his car into a tree." Link, with his finger still on his ear, said, "Creed, you need help locating hate groups?" "No, I found one close. It's a local group that has an office a few miles east of here," Creed said. "An office?" Jordan huffed. "Okay, Jordan and Creed, check out that group. Owen, let me know the minute you find anything." "I'll let you know the second I do," Owen said. "Okay, Eagle, you're with me," Link said, ignoring the man's surprised look. "I can stay here and pick through the wreckage," Eagle said. Link clenched his teeth and scowled. No way in hell was he letting Eagle out of his sight. "It's not up for debate. Let's move." He spun and stalked away from the building, not giving Eagle a chance to disagree. Chapter 10. Eagle. He did his best at trying to hide his smile when Link went all commando on him. Jordan pulled out of the parking lot with Creed and Owen, and Ice had already taken the other vehicle to the local police station. That left the SUV Eagle had driven back at the motel. "Uber?" Eagle asked, catching up to Link. "No." Link shook his head. "Hey, detective, can we get a ride to the motel? We need to pick up our SUV." Link called out to the man who was talking to a few officers. "Yeah, I'm heading out as it is. I have officers staked out in case they come back," Wall said, walking toward a black SUV. Link slid into the back, leaving the front with more legroom for Eagle. Yeah, Link could be nice sometimes. It made Eagle think they might have another shot, a chance at getting their friendship back. But did they still have a chance at something more? "Thoughts on what's going on, Detective?" Eagle asked to take his mind off Link. "I think these boys got caught up in the wrong hate group," Wall said. "Why are they coming back, then?" Link said. Wall sighed. "That is the question." "Maybe they needed to finish the job for the group. You know, kill the owners," Eagle said. Wall threw Eagle a quick look and picked up his radio to put officers on watching the Richards family. Eagle slightly turned in his seat to glance at Link, and the man smirked, mouthing the words, "Good call." Eagle grinned back. It was almost like old times. Something flashed in Link's eyes, and maybe it was a memory, because in the next heartbeat Link's eyes went hard and flat. Turning to gaze out the window, Eagle wondered if the Richards family had targets on their backs. It made sense that the perps would return to finish the job. But why not attack their house or on the street when they were vulnerable? Why continue coming back to the restaurant? One good thing remained out of all of this. If this was a targeted attack, then there wouldn't be any further random bombings and their job got a whole hell of a lot easier. Chancing a glance into the back again, he was met with Link's profile. The man was looking out the window, but his leg was constantly bouncing, and he knew Link was wound up. Eagle also suspected that pent-up energy was because Link hadn't had a chance to kick some ass when Eagle had been tasered, and when Link couldn't let off steam, it wasn't good. Sometimes when Link went off on any and all bad guys, it gave Eagle gray hairs. It would start with Link shooting him a devilish smile and cocky head tilt, and then the man would explode into action, all power and muscle. It was utterly breathtaking, and every single time Eagle swallowed a knot watching him. He pulled his gaze away from Link with difficulty and stared blindly out the window. Being a badass was in Link's nature. Eagle had his own amount of toughness, but Link took it to a whole other level. He just wished Link would slow down a bit and ease up on the stress that coursed through him every minute. Still, he'd never stop following Link into the fray of whatever they were up against. It was his duty, and as long as he drew breath, he would never stop protecting Link. They'd become partners years ago when David formed the aptly named Fury. It had been him, Link, and Spencer. In all the years of service to the former SecDef and the President, Fury had never lost a teammate in action, although they had come close a few times. Thinking of the SecDef, he was reminded of a recent conversation between them when Dave had asked, "Eagle?" He turned his head from the window and met Link's gaze. "Where were you?" Eagle blinked. What could he say? That Dave had asked him if he wanted to go up north and work with Phoenix for a while? Or should he just say he'd taken a trip down memory lane to a time when things were better between them? A time when they'd been tighter than blood. Had they lost all of that? He didn't think so, but sometimes it felt like it. In the end, he didn't say either of those things. "Talking about your feelings is for fucking wussies, boy." "I'm here," he rasped, his father's ugly voice ringing in his ear. Link hesitated and then nodded. Eagle swung around and stared through the windshield to the motel coming up. It was clear Link didn't believe him, and Eagle wasn't sure if he believed it himself. Eagle barely waited for Wall to stop the SUV before he was jumping out of it. He couldn't be around Link and his smirk and knowing blue eyes. Just a moment alone would do the trick, allow him time to stuff the memories down and give him back his calm. "Where are you going?" "I need a minute," Eagle growled, stalking across the parking lot. He shoved the key into the door, walked in, and quietly shut it behind him. "Fuck. Get a grip," he muttered to the empty room and paced a few steps. "Eagle?" Link knocked on the door. Eagle held his breath, not responding. What part of needing a minute did Link not understand? The knob turned because of course Link tried the door, and Eagle hadn't locked it. Link shoved it open and walked inside enough to let it close behind him. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." He frowned and picked up his duffel bag. "Just needed..." He stared at the pack. "Just needed what?" "A fucking moment," he snapped. "For what? To powder your nose?" Link's eyes narrowed. "Fucking smartass. You never let up." "Oh, I let up when it's necessary, but right now it's not. I don't need you falling apart on me." Eagle dropped the bag and whirled on Link. He moved closer and Link backed up. He should, because Eagle was tired of his shit. All the tension, all the snapping comments. Link's back bumped against the door and it rattled in the room. "When the fuck have I ever fallen apart on you?" Eagle said, nose to nose with the other man. "Back off," Link growled, his breath coming in pants, and Link shoved him with both hands. Only Eagle didn't budge, crowding closer instead. "Make me." Link lost it and shoved an arm against his throat and a leg between his thighs. Eagle found himself spun around, his back slamming against the door. Bringing his hands up, Eagle gripped both sides of Link's face and took his mouth in a kiss he'd been dying for. The touch of Link's mouth clouded his mind. The room disappeared, and his world narrowed down to the man right there in his arms. Link stopped pushing at him and groaned, parting his lips, biting at his mouth. Eagle followed suit and laved his tongue inside, tasting Link and sucking at him. Eagle had waited months for this to happen again, but in all honesty, he'd been waiting for what seemed like a lifetime for Link. He turned them again, putting Link's back to the door with a thud, never breaking the kiss. Panting against his lips, Link ran his hands over his chest, ribs, and stomach, then yanked at the buttons on Eagle's jeans. When Link tore his mouth away, Eagle eased up a bit from pressing Link into the door and reached down to cup the man's hard dick through his pants. Link finally freed him, wrapping a hand around his cock, and Eagle growled long and low. He tore at the front of Link's pants, shoved down the dark, tight briefs, and closed his hand around the soldier's warm, hard cock. Link moaned loudly, nuzzling his lips along his jaw, teeth cleaving into the skin until Eagle took the man's lips again. Air tore from his lungs in gasping bursts, and any sounds around them faded. The only thing Eagle heard was Link's panting breath and his own harsh sucks of air. The only thing he felt was Link against his body, his hand wrapped around both of their cocks. All Eagle could do was give in. Breaking the kiss, he tipped his head down to gaze at Link through hooded eyes and dropped his own hands down to close them around Link's, guiding the man's hands when his jerking grew sporadic. Link's lips parted, red and wet. Those beautiful eyes held his, and Eagle imagined he saw love. He kissed and jerked tight with the thought that Link might love him. For real. Yes, come with me, Link rasped out, increasing the rhythm, and Eagle followed the man into the abyss. He shuddered and released hot seed over their combined grip, taking Link with him. Link's seed joined his, and Eagle shuddered until he was spent. Only then did he rest his head to the wood on the door beside Link's head, panting for air. Link's chest rose and fell. A trickle of sweat dripped from the man's hair onto his shirt. Eagle rolled to the side and leaned his back to the door next to Link. When he felt Link reach down and zip his own pants, Eagle did the same. "Link," he said, almost inaudible. "We better go." "Wait." "Look," Link sighed. "This doesn't change anything." Eagle pushed away from the door and stood in stunned silence. It didn't? Then what the hell was it? A quickie to get their rocks off? Maybe. And in a way it was true. But one thing was clear. It meant a whole hell of a lot more to him than it did to Link. Link pulled the door open, hesitated, and then walked through and closed it. Eagle sank slowly to the edge of the bed. Maybe he would take that job with Phoenix after all. Chapter 11. Link. Link tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, looking out the windshield at the gloomy skyline. More rain was predicted, which wasn't all that odd for this time of year. He sighed. Thinking about the weather was a whole hell of a lot less confusing than thinking about what had happened in that motel room. And why the fuck had he said that to Eagle? He hadn't meant it, but he figured it was a way out for both of them if they kept it that way. Casual and shit. This was bound to happen. He'd been fighting his attraction to Eagle way too long. The man was both sexy and irritating. Was it no wonder he lost his reserve when Eagle was around him? And his temper. Yeah, he couldn't forget that. Eagle set him off like nobody's business. Eagle slipped into the passenger seat and closed the door. The scent of soap and leather filled the space between them, and Link's jeans grew tight. The words he'd said to Eagle back there had been a fucking lie. Link had been a coward, and the lie had seemed like the best thing to say to move forward. Only, it hadn't moved them forward. And Eagle now wore a stone mask that drove him fucking nuts. Eagle's hooded gaze gave no indication of what he was feeling. Link cleared his throat. "We need to hurry. SWAT is meeting us at the Carson's place." Eagle nodded and snapped his seatbelt and grabbed the door when Link punched it out of the parking lot, tires squealing. You do that just to give me a heart attack, Eagle grumbled, but his tone wasn't mad-sounding, and it gave Link hope. A little blood pumping never did any harm, Link cackled through his sigh of relief at the lack of anger in the man's deep voice. Eagle shook his head and braced a foot on the floorboard. Rolling up to the scene 10 minutes later, he parked behind the SWAT vehicle. Tactical officers stood around and Link approached. "Who's in charge?" Link said. "That'd be me." A tall, muscled officer came forward dressed in full tactical gear. "SWAT Commander Jones." "Agent Beckett," Link said. "And we're standing around because—" "That," Jones said and pointed. Link spun and was faced with a 10-foot-high chain-link fence that surrounded about 500 square feet of land. Empty land. Like a fucking empty corner lot. "That's the address?" "Apparently. That's the last address they lived at," Jones said. "Crap." Commander Jones nodded. "I have officers canvassing the area, trying to find out any details. Call us if you find another address." "Will do." The SWAT team loaded up and took off down the street, engine roaring. Link gazed around the neighborhood. Most of the homes on the street were in good condition, but there was the occasional one here and there that had overgrown lawns and broken-down cars. He squinted at the vacant corner lot. "Whatcha thinking? Are they living on the streets?" "Could be. Parents are dead," Eagle said with a nod. "Officer?" A high, thin voice called from across the street. A woman stood there, stooped and gray with a cherry cane in her gnarled hands. She looked to be in her 80s. "Yes, ma'am." Eagle didn't correct the woman and headed across the street. With their tactical gear and FBI badges, her calling them officers wasn't a stretch. "Are you looking for the Carsons?" "Yes, we are," Link said, stopping by Eagle's side on the cracked sidewalk across from the vacant lot. "That house had been going to hell for several years," she said, and Link smothered a smile at her cursing. She reminded him of Eagle's Aunt Mary. "What do you mean?" Eagle said, and when the woman gestured to her narrow walkway and began moving slowly in that direction, Eagle cupped a hand beneath her elbow. Eagle was a gentleman to his core. The trait was sewn into the marrow of his bones. He was slow-talking, calm, and understanding. That was why Link was always taken aback when Eagle lost his temper. To be fair, Eagle hadn't lost his temper in the motel room, and compared to their fight at the man's aunt's house last year, today had been nothing close. They reached the end of the sidewalk and started up the walkway to her home. Flowers threaded along the concrete path to the woman's brightly colored home, painted in a sky-blue shade with pink trim, all with a white picket fence. He dreamed for a moment that he and Eagle would have the picket fence. "I watched through the years as the house caved in. You need to replace the roof every once in a while, but Carson would rather drink than spend his money on that house or his boys." "When did they demolish the house?" Link asked when they reached her steps. She didn't answer him until Eagle had guided her up the steps. "Last year. Damned tractors woke me up out of my sleep." "What happened to the boys?" "I don't know. They were here that day and then gone," she said. Link figured she just wanted to talk because she hadn't said anything really all that useful. "Thank you for your time," Eagle said in a soft, rumbling voice, and she smiled up at him. He and Eagle reached the end of her walkway before she called out, "I did see the youngest boy, Tyler, when I was taking the bus downtown. He was standing outside of the homeless shelter on 2nd Street. "Thank you, ma'am," Eagle said, and Link would have sworn the guy would have tipped his hat if he had one, and that would have gone perfectly with that exaggerated, sexy drawl. "Jordan, you copy?" Link said into the comms. "Go ahead," Jordan responded. "Can you check and see if Tyler was entered in the foster system?" "Give me 1 second. Jordan drew out the words. A few moments went by. "Yes, he was put into foster care once about 6 months ago. Was there for 2 days and disappeared." "Thanks, Jordan." Link turned to Eagle. "He probably went back to living with his brothers." "It can't hurt to go by the homeless shelter on the way back," Eagle said. "No way we get that lucky," Link snorted and slid behind the wheel. Stakeout? The last thing he wanted was to stay trapped in the cab with Eagle sitting next to him. It was bad enough when they spent a few minutes, but hours? Link. Yeah, okay. We can stake it out until nightfall and then we get back to the bomb site, he muttered. But I need coffee first. And fast food. You can't be hungry. Link rolled his eyes and started the SUV. Eagle had eaten enough for 5 at the buffet this morning. I can't? Eagle laughed and shot him a glance, but Link kept his eyes on the road, struggling to get his dick under control at the sound of that deep chuckle. No way in hell was he looking over. Chapter 12. Eagle. Of all the stupid things to do, that moment in the motel room had been one of them, and Link's response only served to shove home Eagle's regret. Removing his vest, he placed it and his ammo belt in the back of Pegasus 1. He'd stand out enough going inside the homeless shelter with regular clothes, much less tactical gear. He untucked his black t-shirt and slid his Glock in the back of his pants while Link did the same. They hadn't talked about what had happened back at the motel, but Eagle could cut the tension between them with a knife. Link brushed his arm when he dropped his vest in the vehicle, and Eagle did everything he could to stifle his groan. It didn't work. You okay? Yeah. I hope we find them. He coughed and stepped away and up to the curb. Link locked the vehicle and joined him. The rain increased, and a small awning over the door shielded them from the onslaught. Notice this place is about 4 blocks from the bombing site, he murmured. Yeah. Link nodded and opened the door. It was cold inside, with fluorescent lights hanging on chains from the high metal ceiling of the wide warehouse-type structure. Eagle combed a finger through his hair and shook the water collected on the strands, showering Link. Hey, Link muttered, wiping water from his face. Eagle grinned and Link squinted, then shook his head like a dog. Water splattered Eagle's face and short beard. Link stopped and gave him a look that said he was proud of himself, and Eagle licked the water from his bottom lip. Link's light blue eyes changed, darkened if that were possible, and the look in their depths heated Eagle's soul. I'm sorry, but we're full, a voice said, breaking his stare, and he turned to find a short, slender man with thinning hair and dark-rimmed glasses. The guy looked to be in his mid to late 30s. Yeah, we're not here for shelter. We're looking for 3 people, Link said, stepping forward. He showed the man his badge and then the photos of the Carson boys on his phone that Jordan had sent them all. That's Tyler and that's John. I don't know the other kid, the man said, looking at the first 2 but not recognizing the oldest brother. Are they here? Eagle said. Yeah, they're right over there. The man pointed toward a row of cots near the back wall, and Eagle glanced over, searching the area. His eyes met Tyler's, and the boy launched from his cot and darted to what looked to be a back hallway with John following. We've got runners, Eagle drawled and leaped over the nearest cots. I'll cut them off, Link shouted and went back out the front door. Eagle leaped another row of cots, and people scrambled out of the way. Hey! Watch it! Idiot! He hit the back archway where the boys had darted and found a hallway with an exit marked with bright red letters at the end of it. Running toward the door, he passed a kitchen area where they were fixing what smelled like soup and burgers. Damn it, they were fast. The door was already shut. They ran like fucking terrified fawns. He hit the door and bounced back. Fuck! They'd blocked it. He put his shoulder to the door and it opened a fraction of an inch but wouldn't budge further. Don't break that, the man who greeted them had run after him. What's blocking it? Eagle growled. I don't know. The man held his hands out and stared at him with wide eyes. A scraping sound came from the other side of the door, and Eagle pulled his Glock. Metal clanged, and then the door was opened by Link. The man eyed him, the gun, and the attendant. You lose him? Eagle scowled. You get locked in? Link quipped right back. Yeah, okay, he deserved that. What happened? Eagle tucked his gun away and stepped out into the wet alley. They jumped a fence over there and disappeared. Link sounded annoyed at his inability to follow kids younger and faster than him. They know this place, we don't, Eagle soothed. Link smirked. Or I'm getting old. Eagle huffed and started walking to the front of the building. "What?" Link snickered. "You're not as old as me, so what does that make me, your daddy?" Link gave a bark of laughter and Eagle grinned. Somehow the words Link spoke in the hotel room stung less, and it suddenly felt like old times again. He only wished it would stay that way. "Boss, you copy?" Jordan came over the radio. "You two find that hate group?" "Yeah, just waiting to get inside. They have business hours," Jordan said. "But I found another address on the Carsons. It seems the oldest brother, Cliff, was in the hospital, and the records list a different address. It's about 2 miles from the blast site." "Okay, thanks, Jordan." "Wait," Jordan said. "What?" "Cliff Carson was admitted for a gunshot wound. He checked himself out before being cleared by the doctor." Jordan ended the call after that bit of information. Was that why Cliff hadn't been with the other 2 boys? Eagle had more questions than answers. Link flipped a U-turn, tires squealing, and Eagle hung on for dear life when the man punched in a number on the console. Detective Wall picked up on the first ring. "Find something?" "Yeah, we got another address for the Carsons. You might want to bring the bomb squad." Link gave Jones the address. "I'll make the call," Wall said and hung up the phone. Pegasus 1 flew down the road and Link was punching in another number. Owen answered. "Got anything?" Link said. "Yeah, we found 6 places the manufacturer delivered to. Now we need to call each one and hand over the tapes. Then we need to comb through them." Link pulled a face. That could take manpower and hours. "Come back to the motel, and when Jordan gets back, I'll have him help you with that." "Where are you headed?" Owen said. "We've got another address to check." "Okay, I'll meet you all at the motel." Link ended the call and then took a corner too fast. Eagle braced a hand to the roof and his foot on the passenger floor like it was a brake. Why would the kids be at the homeless shelter if they have an address? Eagle wondered out loud. "Maybe this address is where the older brother stays," Link said. "Maybe," Eagle nodded. It made sense to have a place where they could make bombs. Chapter 13. Link. The house was located in an overgrown neighborhood where the hills behind the suburb had spread brush and overgrowth thickly through every nook and cranny. It looked like the homeowners did what they could, but if they didn't keep up on the constant growth, the Mojave Desert would eventually take over. Following the SWAT vehicle ahead, Pegasus 1 rolled through the cracked streets. Behind them came the bomb unit. Link wouldn't go in blindly, but after they cleared the building, perhaps they could find something to shed some light on why the Carsons had blown up Mr. Richards' restaurant. He tossed a glance at Eagle, taking in the man's broad shoulders filling out the t-shirt and tactical vest. Even though they'd been talking pretty much all morning and early afternoon, Link couldn't help but remember what he'd said to Eagle in the motel room. What a shitty thing to say. He rubbed at his chest. He'd fucked up royally. Now what? That jerk-off session in the motel didn't really change things. Or did it? No. Damn it. That hotter-than-hell moment in the motel didn't change a damn thing. But it had confirmed what Link had known for a long time. He was crazy about his partner. The thing was, Link knew in his heart that Eagle loved him. They'd been headed down this road since they'd met in the army. All he'd ever wanted was to be with Eagle. If only things hadn't escalated that day at his aunt's house. If only he hadn't moved out, Link suspected he would have eventually gotten Eagle to talk. They would have talked it out. "Agent Beckett, you ready?" SWAT Commander Jones said, cutting off his silent mantra of if-onlys. "On your call, Commander," Link said through the comms they'd synced up, and sent a silent thank fuck that he and Eagle had taken time to change clothes. They'd gotten cum on his jeans, and he knew Eagle's shirt had a wet stain. With a nod, Jones and several of his men approached the door, and Link, with Eagle by his side, watched from a distance. One member of the bomb unit used an infrared scanner to check the door for any explosive traps. They had a standing warrant. They wouldn't need to knock. "On your count," Jones told the officer holding the battering ram. Wood shattered as the door blew inward, dust and debris littering the air. Guns at the ready, they entered the house one after the other, shouting orders. The bomb squad followed shortly after the SWAT unit. More shouting came from within the house. Eagle? Link gazed up into the man's unreadable face. Yeah. He took a breath and spoke before he lost his nerve. Are we good? Do you want to be paired with Creed or Owen or Ice? What? Eagle shot a stormy gray gaze to his and frowned. We're good. Link wasn't sure if he believed him, but he latched on to that and nodded doggedly. Several long moments went by while the SWAT team continued clearing the house. Breaching a suspected bomber's house took time, and it would be several more minutes before they were given the all-clear. I wonder what set these guys off, Eagle finally said after 10 minutes had passed, and relief swept over Link. Maybe their dad being killed? Link tried to keep his voice and expression neutral, even friendly, which didn't matter because Eagle wasn't really meeting his eyes. Nah, that was a year ago. It has to be something else. Eagle slowly slid his hands onto the front pockets of his jeans in a move so goddamn sexy, Link had to turn away to hide his boner. Fuck! There were only 2 at the site last night, Link said, knowing he sounded kind of strangled. That we know of, Eagle said gruffly. True. He took several deep, quiet breaths and gazed at the chipped and faded front steps. Agent, SWAT Commander Jones said from the front door. There's no bombs. You can come in now. Thank fuck. And that thought wasn't because of the lack of explosives, but more from his own desire to jump Eagle. Link almost sprinted down the sidewalk and up the walkway to the porch, but waited for Eagle at the front door. When they entered the house, the smell was hellacious and he grimaced. Trash lay scattered on tables, floors, and furniture. No suspects, but we haven't searched every corner yet, so stay alert, Jones cautioned and walked across the living room and entered what Link could see of a kitchen. Link turned right down the hallway, his gun up, and scanned the area ahead. Even though SWAT and the bomb squad had cleared the house, he wasn't taking any chances. These bastards had tasered Eagle. Get those patrol cars off the street in case they come back, the SWAT commander ordered his unit. Link stopped at the first partially closed door. SWAT moved past them, in and out of rooms further down the hallway. Link met Eagle's gaze. When Eagle nodded, Link shoved the door open. It swung wide, and when no sounds came, he quickly dodged a look inside. Clear, Link whispered, but before he could move, Eagle stepped ahead of him and into the room with his Glock held out. Damn it. Link hated when Eagle did that, always putting himself in danger first. He shook off his sudden irritation and reminded himself that Eagle was a trained operative, an expert in his field and one badass motherfucker. Link huffed anyway and glanced under the bed just to be sure. He stood and noticed the closet door was closed. Skirting to one side of it, Link nodded, and Eagle quickly took up a stance on the other. Eagle turned the knob and opened the door. Link moved forward, aiming his gun at the empty space. This room is tidy, Eagle murmured, and Link nodded, taking in the perfectly made bed, clothes color coated in the closet, and the dust-free surface of the dresser. Agent Beckett, the commander's voice came through the comms. You need to see this. Heading back through the house, they walked through the dirty, cluttered kitchen to a door that led to the basement. Taking the stairs down, Link was faced with a few officers and the commander. He approached the workbench where a semi-automatic rifle and 3 handguns plus ammunition lay scattered on the wooden surface. We need to check the perimeter, Jones said via his comms to his men. Thanks, Commander, Link agreed and made his way out of the house with Eagle. Those aren't military grade, thankfully, Eagle said. Yeah, but still, that's a lot of firepower for young boys. They had to have help. Link stopped on the porch. Boss, you copy? Creed's voice came over the radio on his hip. Go ahead, Link said, lifting the radio. We're leaving the center. Center? Yeah, it's not a hate group. It's a group of environmentalists. They were picketing because the restaurant doesn't have proper filters on its stove. Emissions in the air or some shit, Creed said. Hey, that's important, Jordan's voice came through the radio. Anyway, Creed continued, the leader insisted that they wouldn't bomb any place. It's bad for business. Business? Eagle's eyebrows lifted. Yeah, I guess they get public charity and funding. Okay, you two, wrap it up and meet us back at the crime scene. We have to go find these kids before they get themselves killed, Eagle muttered. Link's chest squeezed. They could battle bad guys all day long, but when kids were involved, it changed the way they worked. Instead of being suspect-driven, they became victim-driven. He and Eagle had that in common. But in truth, all of the men who reported to the SecDef did. Well, with the exception of Erebus. Those fuckers were assassins. No telling where their loyalties lay or if they even had any. Link? Yeah. He snapped his gaze to Eagle. Let's go rescue some kids from themselves. Eagle smiled and Link's stomach did somersaults. We gotta find them first. Chapter 14. Eagle. He should have kept his lips to himself. It wasn't because he hadn't wanted to kiss Link, but they needed to sort out their shit before going that route. Still, he couldn't keep his mind off the way Link had felt. When they had entered that room, Eagle hadn't wanted to talk, and that was because Link happened. Being close to Link drove him crazy. All he could think about was kissing him, holding him down and stripping off his jeans real slow-like. He wanted to create that come-hither look in Link's eyes again and get a repeat performance of the kiss. He'd had a few hours working the case to mull over what Link had said in the motel room. This doesn't change anything. Link was dead wrong. From the moment Link had spoken those words, they'd gone from tense to downright stiff. Eagle had to make an extra effort today not to show just how much Link's words had killed him. That feeling brought back the day when Link had moved out of his house. Moved out? Okay, let's be honest here. You kind of made that happen. Fuck. He hadn't gone off like that in years, and it had been on the one person who meant the most to him in the whole fucking world. The day he found out that Link had encouraged the friendship between his aunt and her neighbor Tim had set a sick feeling in his gut he couldn't shake. What he had found out at the same time was that a relationship had formed between the older couple, and Link had known about it. Eagle couldn't have his aunt with a man like Tim. He'd grown up watching his alcoholic uncle abuse her. He knew the damage a person like that could do to a family, and he would not risk his aunt. He'd witnessed firsthand her devastation when they'd lost everything due to his uncle. Link didn't know about his uncle. Or had Mary told him? And if so, then why had Link encouraged the neighbor? In hindsight, Eagle knew he should have slowed the fuck down, but he'd seen red. Seeing red didn't change the fact that he should have gone after Link that day and confessed that he wasn't used to talking about his feelings and shit. It wasn't something that had been encouraged in his household growing up. While his own dad hadn't been a drinker, he'd been an abusive son of a bitch, and Eagle had done as he'd been told, or he got struck with a fist, belt, or whatever the fuck was handy at the time. The one time he'd tried to talk to Link about his dad, they decided the topic was better off left alone. The forest was thick, crickets loud, and the smell of jerky filled the air between them. Link tore off a piece of the meat with his teeth and handed the rest to Eagle. So, you never talk about your dad, Link said out of the blue and checked his M16. Nope. Eagle tightened the strap of his army helmet and took a bite of the jerky. They sat in silence for a while, waiting for orders from their colonel. You haven't talked about yours either, Eagle finally drawled. Nope, Link mimicked Eagle's own one-word response. Maybe we shouldn't, Eagle side-eyed Link. Agreed, Link said with a smirk. And just like that, it was something they just didn't talk about. He'd wondered about it through the years, of course, but when he'd searched for the words, they wouldn't come. Eventually, it wasn't something that ever came up again. Which was odd, he supposed, but then Link hadn't shared anything about his own family, so Eagle had taken the easy way out and kept his mouth shut. It had worked for a time. A man's past might not completely shape him, but Eagle was sure that old ghosts played a part in who and what a person became. And not opening up to the person you're closest to was bound to cause problems, especially when he and Link finally decided to take their friendship to the next level. Eagle could remember the day Link had said that he wanted to be more than a friend as clear as a bell. Everything had felt lighter and brighter, and he'd laughed more than ever. Are you sure about this? Link had looked worried. What if it doesn't work and our friendship is ruined? First, Eagle said, I'm more sure of us than anything in my life. Second, it is going to work. He tugged Link into his arms and took the man's mouth in a deep kiss. That day had started out so fucking right, only to go to shit in a matter of a few hours. The future had been looking up, and he'd thought, "Boss, you copy?" Owen said through the comms, making Eagle jerk. Link tossed him a questioning look, but Eagle looked away, gazing at the front of the Carsons' house where the cops were coming in and out. But the memory of that day burned in his mind. "Copy," Link said. Eagle took a slow, deep breath and gazed up at the sky. They'd been there long enough for the sun to start moving toward 1500. 3 of the places that sold the goods have the tapes ready. I'm heading over to pick them up, Owen said. Jordan's not back with Creed yet. Where's Ice? He said he had an errand to run. He'll be back in a few hours. Copy, Link said, and Owen ended the call. What's your friend doing? Link shot Eagle a look. I don't know, but he probably has a good reason. You should cut Ice some slack. Yeah, Link muttered. We should head back. It's afternoon, and if they stay true to pattern, they'll be back tonight, Eagle murmured with a sigh. Link gave him a searching look and then nodded before jogging over to say a few words to the SWAT commander. Eagle slipped into the passenger seat of the SUV. It was a silent ride back to the motel, and truthfully, Eagle was all out of words. He was tired of acting like everything was okay. Yeah, sure, their work relationship was on somewhat solid ground, but their friendship was suffering. He could feel it, and was damned sure Link could too. They met up with Jordan and Creed at the same diner from the other night. The waitress smiled in recognition, and before long they'd ordered. It was a round booth, one of those where a person has to scoot in to seat everyone, and he got the side where Link had slid over. Only there wasn't really a lot of space for Eagle's big frame to fit without touching, and, before he knew it, Link's arm was brushing his. By accident? Maybe. Maybe not. The man's thigh was pressed up tightly to his leg, and Eagle kept his eyes glued on the dark street outside the window after the one time he'd turned his head when Link had laughed. The man's teeth flashed white in his face, lips lush, hair messy, and a 5 o'clock shadow covered Link's cheeks and jaw. The light brown hairs matched the highlights in Link's hair. Eagle remembered the taste of biting that jaw, the stubble beneath his tongue. The quick, deep sound of Link's laughter once again turned his cock to granite, and Eagle was suddenly glad they were in this damned booth. That burger tasted like sawdust and sat like a rock in his stomach. An hour later, they left the diner and made it back to the motel. It was decided that they'd catch a few hours of sleep before heading back to the bombing site to relieve the local PD and stake out the place. Everyone called out a good night, and Eagle stood in the parking lot, staring up at the dark, stormy clouds. Link stopped at the door to his motel room, and Eagle met his gaze across the distance. Then, Eagle did the only thing possible. He turned away. Link's door shut, and Eagle closed his eyes. Chapter 15. Link. Tearing off his vest and dropping it on the floor, he placed his weapon on the small hotel table. A picture of Eagle standing alone like a silent sentinel in the parking lot filled his head, making his heart pound like crazy. He wanted to take the man's face in his hands and kiss him goodnight. Hell, he wanted to do a lot more than that. He had to get a fucking grip. Tugging his t-shirt over his head, he untied his boots and pulled them off along with his socks. Just about ready to start on his jeans, a knock sounded at the door. Hadn't they had enough shit for the night? All he wanted was one moment to fucking kick back and close his fucking eyes. Gnashing his teeth, he stalked to the door. "Who is it?" he said through the wood. "Link. Let me in." Hot need rushed simultaneously into his cock and stomach. That low, smoky voice took away all of his rational thinking. It reminded him of the first time he'd heard it all those years ago coming from Dave's office. "What kind of team?" the rough-sounding voice had said. Link stood just outside of Dave's office, and he couldn't wait to walk in and see whom that voice belonged to. Link just about swallowed his tongue when the door of the office swung open beneath his hand, to reveal a man in tactical gear, helmet under one arm, back straight, and standing at attention. The hair falling to the man's shoulders told Link right off the bat the massive guy was probably Special Forces. Looking non-military was important for blending in while working many missions. "Ah, Link," Dave said and waved him in. Eyes the color of smoke landed on him, and Link lost whatever air was left in his lungs when he got a full frontal view of the guy's face and shaggy beard. "Link, meet Eagle. Eagle, Link," Dave said. "Hey," Link strangled out the response. Eagle's firm lips curled in a small sexy smirk, and Link wondered what they would taste like. Eagle's light gray eyes swam with humor as if the guy knew what he was thinking. "Hello?" Eagle tipped his head. Dave slapped his hands together and smiled. "Okay, I have an offer for you both." When David explained the specialty team they would later name Fury, Link had jumped at the chance to work with Eagle. "Link?" Eagle's muffled voice came through and yanked his eyes to the closed door. He jerked the door open and squinted up into the man's face, taking in the tired lines and fatigue. "What?" He tipped his chin. Yeah, it was a challenging tip, but he was tired and cranky. Eagle didn't give him a chance to say anything else and crowded him back into the room. The door slammed and the lock flipped. Those heat-filled gray eyes traveled from his face down his bare abs to his partially unbuttoned jeans. Link wanted his own next words to be along the lines of, "We need to talk," but something primal took over. Or maybe he was just out of his head with lust and tired of denying himself Eagle. Whatever the hell it was didn't matter. He launched at Eagle and fused their mouths together. Strong arms closed around him, lifting him from his feet, and he wrapped his arms around the man's sweaty neck. Eagle widened his stance, cupped the back of his head, and fisted his fingers through his hair. Link ground his hips. Fuck, he needed to get closer. He pulled his mouth away, panting, not finding the words. Eagle didn't use words, but understood what he wanted and began to strip. Boots were quickly tugged off, t-shirt and vest tossed to the floor with a thud, revealing Eagle's chest, each and every fucking flex of his pecs with a smattering of hair that traveled down to disappear into his jeans. Eagle's big hands yanked at the button on his jeans, and the boxers came off with them in one swoop. Link shoved off his own jeans and briefs. Eagle's cock stood thick and proud, and Link's mouth went dry. Eagle didn't wait. He stepped closer, took his hand, and led him into the bathroom, flipping on the shower before turning back to cup his head and lift his face up for another kiss. Words could fucking wait. Link moaned into Eagle's kiss, laving his tongue and biting. Eagle groaned and eased back in. "Get in. I'll be right back." A strangled sound left Link's throat when Eagle disappeared, but he slipped into the hot shower and struggled for control. Eagle reappeared in seconds, stepped into the shower, and laid a condom and a packet of lube on the small soap shelf. Link turned away from Eagle and tipped his head back beneath the hot water, trying to get a grip on himself. He closed his eyes when Eagle's chest met his back, that thick cock nudging at his ass, and his breath caught. He was spun easily with those powerful hands. Water trailed down Eagle's face, over his shoulders and wide chest. Link smoothed his palms over Eagle, dragging his fingers through the darkened hair and over his pecs, making Eagle shudder. Reaching for the soap, Link lathered his hands and ran them over Eagle's chest, stomach, and arms. Eagle's closed eyes opened and Link gazed up, caught in the smoky depths of Eagle's gaze. Eagle's cock bumped his hip. "I want you to fuck me," Link whispered hotly against his ear, and Eagle groaned and dipped his head to take his mouth in a long, deep kiss. Chapter 16. Eagle. Eagle sucked in a sharp breath of air and made a sound into the kiss before pulling back to breathe. Link stood panting, and Eagle collected soap on his own hands to transfer to Link's body. He mapped every fucking inch of the man's beautiful skin, trailing his fingers over each blemish he found. As soldiers, they had their share of battle scars. He trailed his tongue over the eagle tattoo on Link's left shoulder to where the wings trailed down the man's arm. Remembering the day Link had gotten it had been a fucking turn-on. Eagle licked and bit as he traced the ink with his mouth until Link dropped the soap and reached for him. Link hissed and closed one soapy fist around Eagle's dick. Grunting, he pushed his cock through Link's firm grip with a grinding thrust. He'd waited forever for Link's touch like this. Dropping his head, he ran his mouth along the man's shoulder where the water ran, washing away the soapy residue, and crowded the man's back to the tile. Eagle slid his hands down Link's arms and curled his fingers into his, coupling their palms, and pressed both of Link's hands above his head, letting the warm water wash the rest of the soap away. Link's head tipped up, throat exposed. Fuck, Eagle. The man ground into him, slow and sensuous. Eagle fused his mouth to Link's throat, running his wet, unshaven face against the man's skin before releasing him. With fumbling hands, Eagle reached for the condom, and Link's dropped from over his head to smooth over his shoulders. With his teeth, he tore the condom open and rolled it on. It wasn't easy because of the water, but he managed. Moving in, Link went to capture his mouth again, but Eagle spun the man and pressed him against the tile. He held Link there with his whole body, linking their hands again, and then he lifted Link's arms over his head once more, and Link moaned. Eagle knocked the man's legs apart. Using his shoulder, he blocked the spray of warm water and smeared the lube on his dick. Leaning forward, he aimed his cock between Link's cheeks and pressed a hand on the tile next to the man's head. You good? Eagle nosed into the hair at Link's temple. Hurry! Link shuddered and flattened his hands against the wall. Eagle wasn't going to rush this. Not for their first time. He was going to take it slow as long as he could, no matter how much Link tried to rush things. Link panted with his cheek to the tile, fingers curling tightly around his, and Eagle bit the curve of Link's ear, causing the man to shudder. Guiding his dick to Link's ass, he pressed against his entrance. Link's hips undulated, trying to get him to hurry. Biting the meat of Link's shoulder, Eagle pushed through the tight ring of resistance and his cock slipped inside. Fuck, he muttered, laving at the skin near Link's neck when the man's tight ass clenched around him. Yes, Link hissed, easing back, closing the separation between them. Link slowly took Eagle's dick deep. Sliding one of his arms around and up Link's stomach, he bent his knees and cinched the man to him with a powerful grip, his hand splayed against Link's chest. He pressed his palm on the back of Link's hand where it lay pressed to the tile. Rolling his hips, Eagle sank deeper, taking everything Link had to give. Link relaxed around him, panting, echoes of harsh gasps of air filling the shower. Water dripped along their bodies, slicking their skin and wetting their hair. Now, Link moaned, his head falling forward. Eagle didn't wait. He pistoned into the man's warmth and roamed his lips along Link's shoulders. So fucking good, Link, Eagle rasped, nosing into Link's nape. It was better than good. It was mind-blowing. Link panted, grinding his hips back against him. The water started to cool, so Eagle flipped it off, and their harsh breathing was amplified as the sound of trickling water filled the stall. Link appeared done waiting and planted his free hand on the tile and shoved his ass back against Eagle, humping his dick until Eagle found himself following. Releasing his hold on Link, Eagle gripped both of Link's hips and slammed him, setting up a hard rhythm. Link didn't complain and spread his thighs so he could go deeper. Yeah, right there, Link panted. Get your dick soaped up. Chapter 17. Link. Eagle growled the words and slowed long enough for Link to grab the slippery soap. Fumbling, he managed to slick his own cock and drop the soap onto the tile. He squeezed his dick and stroked in tight, twisting pulls, jerking himself in time to Eagle's thrusts. Finally, having Eagle fuck him felt so fucking good. Eagle pegged him deep, and Link squeezed his dick harder, trying not to come too quickly. He wanted, needed it to last. Hot breath ghosted over his neck, teeth biting gently at his shoulder. Wet skin slapped and chests heaved for air before they both moaned at the same time. Pushing his forehead hard against the wall, Link slammed his ass into Eagle, moving to his toes to offer the man better access, and Eagle gripped him harder. Eagle hammered in, chest heaving, mouth roaming his shoulders. A few rasping sounds left the man's throat. When Eagle's thrusts became sporadic, Link knew the man was close and ground his ass. "That's it, big boy. Lose control." The man speared him in long, rolling thrusts until Link stiffened, gave a long moan, and released. Cum spilled over his fingers, wetting the tile. Eagle froze, then exploded with a sharp grunt and literally lifted him from his feet. Link panted, his forehead on the tile, gathering his shattered self together, and Eagle slowly lowered his feet to the ground. Lips roamed lazily over the back of his neck, and after a long moment, Eagle flipped the shower back on. When it warmed up again, Link was pulled beneath the spray. For a second, he felt awkward, but it was fleeting, and then he was drying off Eagle when they were done. Eagle cupped his face, cleaved his fingers through his damp hair, and kissed him on the lips. Link's cock twitched. Fuck, he had it bad. The thing was, Eagle was his family. Not by blood, but more importantly, by Link's own choosing. He gazed at Eagle, fully expecting the man to leave, but instead, Eagle sat on the edge of his bed, not the spare one, and Link moved up closer, still naked. He brought Eagle's head to his stomach. The man's beard scratched his skin. "Sleep." Eagle nodded at his whispered words, and when Link pulled the cover and sheet back, Eagle fell back with a sigh. Link crawled in beside Eagle and lay as close as he dared. He didn't want this to escalate into a declaration. It had only been sex. Right? He held his breath. Right. Eagle's breathing grew slow and even for a few moments, and Link eased closer. They'd definitely talk in the morning, even if Eagle didn't want to go down that road. Link had plenty to say. He jumped when Eagle rolled and placed a heavily muscled arm around him and pulled him close. Link glanced up, but Eagle was sound asleep. Anyway, he had plenty to talk about, and it was a long time coming. He wasn't one of those people that let shit fester because people didn't communicate. Which led to the question, why had he let it go on so long? Because he'd been fucking hurt like never before. Maybe this was a turning point. He fell asleep to the smell of Eagle's fresh, clean skin. A banging on the motel door had Link sitting straight up in bed, blinking toward the closed curtains. Eagle rolled for his Glock and moved from the bed. Striding naked to the window, the man peeked out the slit in the curtain. "It's Jordan," Eagle said. "Just a minute," Link shouted, jumping from the bed. He scrambled into briefs, jeans, and yanked a T-shirt on in record time. Finding Eagle standing there still naked and holding his gun was a turn-on, but this was not the time for his decadent thoughts. "Get dressed," he hissed, striding to the door. Eagle didn't move. "Then get in the bathroom," Link growled. Something changed in Eagle's smoky eyes, but before he could guess at its meaning, the man grabbed up his clothes and disappeared into the bathroom. Link yanked open the door. "Hey," Jordan said, gazing past him and then holding his eyes. "Eagle didn't come back to the motel room earlier." "Yeah," Link nodded. "He crashed in the spare bed." Jordan looked back through the partially open doorway, eyes landing on the made-up spare bed. "Why the hell didn't you wake me when it got dark?" Link frowned. He was having a hard time realizing he and Eagle had slept for hours. "Detective Wall came by and said they'd take the early shift and we could take the later. Creed and I are all ready." "We'll be right there." Link ran a hand over his face. The bathroom door opened and Eagle stepped out fully dressed with his boots on. "Evening, Jordan," Eagle said and moved Link out of the way of the door. "Evening," Jordan said with a smile, and turned to stride quickly back toward his own room that was located a few doors down from this one. Eagle stepped outside. "Eagle," Link whispered, and when the man turned, he continued, "I just don't want them to get the wrong idea." Okay, did that come out right? No, probably not. Shit. I get it, Eagle cut him off. Give me 10 minutes to change and I'll meet you at the SUV. Link opened his mouth to say something, anything, to take the closed-off look from Eagle's face, but the man strode away. Closing the door, he leaned back against it. Just like before. They'd followed up a moment of bliss with misunderstandings. What misunderstanding? Well, shit. He'd practically forced Eagle to hide and then lied to Jordan about the sleeping arrangements. Was it any wonder that Eagle had put a wall between them? With a sigh, he sat on the bed to pull on his boots. Somehow, he had to make this right with Eagle, or they wouldn't be able to work together. Work? He snorted and shook off the immediate flashes of the hotter-than-hell shower. He was so screwed. His cell phone buzzed and he blinked at the number. Hello? Auntie?
Oh, Link,
Mary said with a sigh. What's wrong?
Nothing is wrong. Have you made up with my nephew yet?
Made up was way off the mark. Link let out a big heave and sank to the corner of his bed. She definitely had a blunt way of talking.
I can tell by that sigh you haven't.
I want to. We just can't seem to find a moment, he told her truthfully.
I don't think I ever told you that my husband used to drink.
He gripped the phone tightly and answered her with a throat suddenly closed and a voice that sounded like sandpaper. No, we talked about a lot of things, but you never told me that. And neither had Eagle, he added silently.
I tried to tell you the other day, but didn't get the chance. My husband was a mean man.
I'm sorry.
It was a long time ago, but he made my life a living hell. Declan finally convinced me to get away,
Mary said softly. It sounded just like something Eagle would do.
He bought me this house, and he kept Leonard away when he'd tried to come over. When he died, I never felt such relief.
I can imagine. And he could. He had his own demons from his childhood.
Anyway, when Declan found out that Tim was drinking, he saw red.
Link wanted to ask her how she could be interested in someone who drinks like that, but he stayed quiet. It wasn't his place to judge others. He had enough of his own problems to take care of. Do you believe Tim will stop drinking?
I hope so. He's a good man. He doesn't get mean when he drinks, and he's gone to 4 AA meetings in 4 days. He's trying, Link.
And that's all you can ask for. Just be careful, okay? And call me or Eagle for any reason.
I will, she murmured. Make up with him, Link. He's hurting. He doesn't share his feelings very well, but there are reasons for that. Reasons he needs to share with you.
Link waited, but Mary seemed to be done. She wished him well and ended the call. Now what? Fuck. He jumped from the bed and hurried to get changed. His mind was going in 1,000 different directions. Chapter 18. Eagle. 2 Pegasus vehicles pulled into the lot of the crime scene. Eagle had taken the passenger seat while Jordan drove the XL SUV, and Link, along with Creed, drove in the other. Eagle was glad for the extra vehicle and being separated from Link. He needed space to think. His biggest peeve was that Link constantly wanted to be with him. Did Link even realize how much he hovered? Too bad it didn't mean a damned thing. The guy was there only because he didn't want to see him shot, wounded, tasered, or whatever the hell else. It wasn't real. Link had made that very clear earlier. Eagle had heard the lie to Jordan. Guess he was okay with the occasional fuck, but not to let anyone know about it. A cheap goddamned screw. You okay? Jordan asked when he didn't get out of the vehicle. Yeah, I'm good, Eagle muttered and stepped out of the SUV to find Link and Creed waiting. They reached the front of the building and Link began filling them in on the next steps. Link, along with Creed and Jordan, entered the building. Eagle had found out that Owen had come and gone from the motel while he was still sleeping in Link's bed. Owen was trying to get video recordings from the cellars. Outside, the local PD had tried to duplicate the lights on the inside of the bomb site, creating a whirl of darkness and light around the whole area, even in the dark. Something, A shadow, perhaps, moved near the entrance to the alley that ran between this building and the next. A few lights were scattered down that way, and Eagle squinted, trying to see better. Fuck it. He might as well check it out. He eased around the corner. Pulling his weapon, he headed along the side of the building away from the front. If this was nothing, then there was no need to alert the others. If it was something, he could check it out before involving them. Being pushed aside by Link that morning had given him a different perspective. He began wondering if working alone would be a good idea. And once the thought was planted in his head, it became very hard to push aside. "Stop right there," someone hissed from behind him. "I'm not going anywhere." Eagle turned slowly around to come face to face with, he assumed, one of the Carson boys holding a pistol in his hands. "Cliff? John? Tyler?" Eagle said, and the darkly dressed masked figure stiffened. "None of your business." The hands holding the gun shook. "Whatever this is, we can help you." Eagle kept his stance easy and as non-threatening as his bigger size could be, and his voice calm and soothing. "You can't." The boy sniffed, released one hand on the grip, and wiped at the mask covering his face. "Trust me, kid. I can help you." The boy shook his head and gripped the gun with both hands again. "Nobody can." A foot crunched behind him, and he had just enough time to drop low as the taser prongs flew by him. "Not this time, sucker." Eagle rolled and came up with his gun ready, but a third person hit him in the back with something and kicked the back of his knee. It was a kid move, one he used to do to his friends when he was younger. Hit the back of someone's knee and force it to bend just to see them fall so they could all laugh. It wasn't possible to stay upright when that happened, and Eagle went down hard on one knee and gripped his weapon tighter, but he didn't shoot. These were kids. Scared kids who were running from something. "Eagle!" Link's shout came from a distance near the front of the building. All three suspects scattered, but Eagle grabbed the closest boy by the wrist. "Don't run. We can help you." He was still on one knee, and the boy could have shot him, but didn't. "I told you, you can't!" The boy twisted, but Eagle had a grip like iron. "Please let me go. They'll kill him," the boy begged, and the sheer terror in the kid's voice had Eagle loosening his grip. That was enough for the boy to get free, and he ran toward the small line of trees at the back of the building. Link came sprinting around the building with Creed and Jordan, guns drawn. Seeing him on his knee, Link outran the other two and reached him first. Eagle launched to his feet. "Were you hurt?" Link growled. "I'm not. I found two suspects and then a third came up behind me and bumped out my knee," he muttered. "All three brothers?" Creed asked. "Maybe. I don't know," Eagle said and bent his head when Link pulled it down to try and see it in the dark. Eagle let him because there was no getting away from Link until he was satisfied. "I can't feel a knot," Link frowned, running those talented fingers through his hair and over his scalp. "There isn't one. I thought they hit you." "In the back of my knee, but it didn't hurt." "What part of team do you not understand?" Link snapped, glaring. Eagle stared at Link, not answering. "God damn you, Eagle, you piss me off. You may not care about your life, but the rest of us do." "I saw a shadow, I checked it out. It was no big deal," Eagle mumbled. It was the wrong thing to say, and he knew it the moment he said it. "You fuck!" Link snarled. Link came at him, all lightning speed and fury. Eagle lifted his arm, blocking the series of blows. He'd never seen Link this mad in all the years they'd been together. "Hey!" Creed grumbled, but Jordan grabbed the guy. "Let them sort it out." That was all Eagle heard before a blow landed on his chin. He rocked back but didn't step back. It was going to take more than that. Link's blows came fast, landing where he could, and Eagle blocked most of them. "Hit me, you motherfucker!" Eagle grunted when Link delivered a body blow to his side. He jerked his arm up to knock away a fist aiming for his face again. Link was panting, gasping, and Eagle saw the sheen hit the man's eyes. Creed and Jordan were long gone. "Enough!" he growled and wrapped his arms around Link. He crushed the man to his chest and held on even though Link struggled with all his might. One thing was for certain. Link was not stronger than him, and Eagle had no intention of letting Link go. He brushed his lips against Link's temple and rocked him, squeezing tighter. "We need to talk," Eagle whispered. Chapter 19. Link. Talk? Did Eagle just say he wanted to talk? Wow. Just wow. Link jerked and pulled hard, and finally Eagle released him. He stumbled several feet from Eagle, bent over, and placed his hands on his knees, sucking in gulps of air. The red haze had swept through him like a fucking wildfire, and he still felt lightheaded. Right now? He rasped, staring at the ground. Yes. Eagle came toward him, and Link stayed bent over, but when Eagle placed his large palm on his back, it was enough to bring Link upright. He held Eagle's eyes there in the artificial lights and waited. I fucked up that day at my aunt's house, Eagle said quietly. Yeah, you did, Link agreed, his chest growing tight. But you had your reasons. Eagle's face changed from unreadable to surprised. You know? I do, he nodded. I talked to Mary. Then why would you encourage Tim? Eagle frowned. Because I didn't know at that Snick, snick. The burn was instant as the bullet creased Link's skin. Son of a bitch. Of all the places to have a heart-to-heart, they picked an exposed alley. Both he and Eagle reached for their weapons. He dove to the side of the building and Eagle followed. Both their guns were drawn, but Link couldn't see shit. God damn it, he was going to set some ground rules after this. Gunfire opened up at the front of the building, and Link didn't wait around to be shot at again. He yanked Eagle and ran down the side of the building, keeping to the shadows. A moving target was harder to hit, except that Eagle made a big target. Bullets peppered the ground and the side of the building, sending stucco, powder, and debris into the air. A car was idling in the street, sending another spray of bullets into the building from the front, hitting them from both sides. Darting a glance around the building, Link opened fire at the car while Eagle fired back down the alley, protecting their flank. More gunfire came from behind them, hitting the ground, lights, and parts of the building. Gunpowder trailed like smoke, filling the air with black, crackling powder. The motherfuckers had them boxed in. Tires squealed down the street, and the sound of a massive engine rumbled, filling the night. A big black vehicle barreled up over the curb with a crunch of tires. He knew that vehicle like his own name. It was Pegasus. At the same time, their massive, modified tank-like ATV came from the other direction, boxing in the car. Men the size of titans jumped from open doors, armed to the teeth with tactical weapons and full body armor. Hell yeah, the cavalry had arrived. Link hadn't felt this much relief in a long time, except when Eagle said he wanted to talk. In truth, Link hadn't realized how stubborn he'd been until that moment. Yeah, he had a temper. He knew it, and Eagle knew it, but he'd gone overboard. If he hadn't been hyper-aware of Eagle, he wouldn't have gone looking for the man so soon, and he could have come up after they'd killed him. This time, though, it hadn't been his fault. This time, Eagle had gone off on his own, and that was probably from the cruel words Link had said in the motel room. Again, his fucking temper was going to be the end of them. Shaking off his thoughts, he kept his gun pointed at the car as Pegasus operatives surrounded it. The men in the front passenger seat opened fire with one last-ditch effort to kill someone. Bastard. Fisher shot the gunman in the head. The car lurched forward when the driver gunned it. The front end smacked into the tank and crumpled with a screech of metal. Dalton swooped in, yanking the fucker from the driver's seat, threw him to the ground, and zip-tied his hands. "Throw your guns out or you're next," Dalton shouted to the suspects in the back seat. Handguns toppled out of the open windows, and Fisher started yanking out suspects from the back seat, zip-tying each one. Eagle fired several rounds back down the alley, and Link pulled Eagle around the corner to the front of the building, getting them out of the line of fire. Overwhelming relief made his chest hurt. They'd made it through another battle. Hunter, Oliver, and Parker jogged up to them. "There's several behind us. We don't know how many," Eagle told the three men joining them. "Link," Dalton called. "Coming," Link shouted back at their unit's second in command, but he hesitated and turned to Eagle. "Go, talk to Dalton. I'll be right back." Eagle gave him that lazy smile that did crazy things to his stomach before disappearing around the corner and back down the alley with Parker, Hunter, and Oliver on his ass. Dalton whipped a hand in the air and motioned toward the alley. Creed, along with Fisher, took off after Eagle and the other three operatives. Link was surprised that Fisher was there. The guy hadn't been around much lately. Adam jumped out, strapping a vest down the front. Weapons were tucked into the man's shoulder holsters. Link walked over to Dalton and gripped the man's hand hard and then shook Adam's. I'm not sure why you guys are here, but I'm fucking glad you are." "Ace didn't like the idea of you working the case without more of us on site," Dalton shrugged. "Honestly, I think it's because his brother's here." Link grinned. Ace was an overprotective older brother to Owen. But truth? Ace worried about all of them, and that was what made Ace a highly respected leader. "And since we finished up with our job, we decided to take a road trip," Adam said with a quick smile. Holden, Gage, and Mason were standing guard over the cuffed suspect sitting on the curb. Several cop cars swooped in, lights flashing but sirens silent. Uniformed officers stepped out and walked toward the suspects. "Thanks," Link tucked away his weapon. "So, what the hell is going on?" Dalton said. Link let out a heavy breath and shook his head. "It's a complicated tale." "You need to get that checked," Dalton pointed to his arm. He gazed at the blood streak. He'd forgotten about the slight burn. Another Pegasus vehicle approached from down the street, bringing his eyes up from the graze on his arm. "That would be Owen and Ice with some information," Link said, filling Dalton and Adam in about the Richards and the Carson kids. "I bet money it's gang-related somehow. There were too many perps tonight," Link told them as they walked to where Owen and Ice were. Grit was sitting next to Ice, wearing a small black dog vest that was kind of big, but from the size of the pup's paws, he would surely grow into it. "Where'd you find that?" He pointed to the vest. "Place called Pet World. I stopped on the way from the vet and found a black one," Ice said, glancing down. "He's perfectly healthy. Got his shots." "So how old is he?" "Doc says about 11 weeks. "Cute," Link smirked and turned to Owen. "So what took so long?" "Assholes were on a power trip," Owen grumbled. "You wouldn't believe the shit we had to go through just to get these tapes." "But you got 'em, yeah?" "I did, and it's 5 in total. We'll need Jordan's help searching video footage of each location." "Shit. That could take weeks." "I can help," Jacob said. Link hadn't seen the younger man exit one of the vehicles. "Jacob," Owen shook the man's hand. "That would be great." Owen and Ice followed Jacob toward the XL SUV. It was cute how Grit bounced along next to Ice, and Link suspected the man had treats in his pocket. Everyone disappeared into the vehicle where Jordan had set up the command center technical hub. "I better see where Oliver is to get this checked," Link said to Dalton and Adam, lifting his arm. "Okay, I need to talk to the officer in charge before he has a coronary," Dalton grumbled and gestured to Detective Wall, who'd stood waiting with hands on his hips, staring right at them. "That's Wall," Link said. "He's a good man." Link smirked, pivoted, and quickly walked to the alley. All the way down the alley was empty, and that didn't surprise him, but the further he walked, the more his spine tingled. Reaching the end where the thugs had first attacked him in Eagle, it stood empty. "Eagle?" Link pressed his earpiece. "Creed." The lack of response shot fear through his gut, and he called Dalton from his cell phone. "What's up?" Dalton answered on the first ring. "Can you reach Parker, Oliver, or Hunter on your comms?" He hadn't synced their devices yet. "Hang on." Link gazed around the alley, and right then, he knew one thing was for certain. He was going to tie a fucking leash around Eagle. Chapter 20. Eagle. They'd put something over his face to knock him out. He figured it was chloroform, so someone in the gang had connections. Link was going to be pissed when he found out that he'd deliberately let himself be taken. It had been as simple as separating from the others. After that, it was only a minute before they had come at him with guns drawn. It had surprised a few of the gang members when he put his hands up, but then one man took charge and stripped him of his earpiece and gun. That was when the cloth went over his mouth and he was out. Shit. Surrendering had seemed like a good idea at the time, since they hadn't been able to get their hands on the boys. This way he could see firsthand what they were up against. From the sound of it, this place seemed like he was being held in an apartment building. Eagle tested the cuffs holding his hands behind his back. They felt heavy, like cop cuffs, made of reinforced steel. There'd be no getting out of those. He'd need to be patient. It wasn't like he couldn't fight with his hands tied behind his back. They frequently tested their skills at the bunker in a variety of predicaments. Still foggy from the drug, he drew in what air he could through his nose, but the hood made that difficult. The tape over his mouth was a bitch, and he itched to rub his face against his shoulder to try to get it loose. But footsteps came into the room and he stilled. "He's awake," someone hissed. "Don't remove the hood." "I won't. I just want to see something," the first guy said. A blow to his head, right on his cheek, sent pain through his face. Eagle didn't react. They'd need to hit harder than that to make a dent. When the next blow came, it was a body blow and the guy laughed. A fist hit his face again, and Eagle timed his kick to make it count. His military-grade boot hit the stupid fucker right in the nuts. The guy squeaked and hit the floor with a thud. He heard the man rolling around, gagging. "Shit!" The man's friend's voice came closer, and then the first guy was dragged away. "You better not let the boss see you wussing out like this. Get up!" Eagle braced himself for another onslaught, but a moment later he heard a scuffle and then the shuffling of feet moving around. Their voices faded as they left the room, but they hadn't closed the door. Eagle tested his jaw and cocked his head to listen. Their footsteps sounded like they were going downstairs. The place smelled like mold. There wasn't any breeze on his arms, so he wasn't near an opening close to any exit that he could tell. Maybe the exit was closed. The structure creaked like it was settling into the ground. Or it was old. With their steps on the stairs, he'd guess it was at least 3 stories or more. Maybe. Probably abandoned since they hadn't closed the door. He thought about breaking the chair he was sitting on. It was wood and didn't seem all that stable. He might be able to find something to at least catch against the material and remove the hood. Someone came in and he tensed, bracing himself for another round of blows. Did they think to wear him down? He was ex-Special Forces. He'd been in similar situations before. No amount of sucker punching him would break him. His hood was lifted, but only enough to reveal his taped mouth. Fingers caught the edge of the tape and started removing it. The sticky glue pulled at his beard and mustache. He glanced down through the small slit and caught sight of bright green sneakers and blue jeans. After another slow pull and more tugging on his unshaven face, Eagle wished the guy would just pull it off. When the left corner of his mouth was free, he spoke through the crack. "Just rip it off." The words were muffled and a bit garbled due to the tape, but the guy got the gist of it and tore the tape quickly away. Fuck, that hurt. A bottle of water was placed to his lips, and although he wanted to drink, he turned away. "It's not poison," a voice hissed and lifted the bottle. Eagle heard the guy take several swallows and then positioned a half-full bottle to his lips. He drank, the water cool on his throat, and it washed away the last remaining fog from the chloroform. "Get the key and get me out of these, and I'll help you," Eagle said, because he'd bet money that it was Tyler. Eagle had seen those green sneakers before. "I can't," the boy whispered. "Yes, you can. Set me free and I'll protect you." "You can't. Nobody can." The sound of unshed tears in the boy's voice hurt Eagle's heart. "Trust me, I won't let you down." A long moment of silence came, and just when Eagle thought Tyler would leave, the boy whispered, "I'll try, but it won't be easy." "What the fuck are you doing in here?" an angry voice snarled. "Just giving him water sticks. You don't want him to die, do you?" Tyler said hurriedly, dropping the hood back in place. "He's not going to die, you stupid little fucker," another voice said, accompanied by footsteps stalking closer. Eagle heard the blow, and Tyler cried out. Every cell in Eagle wanted to lunge up and tackle the son of a bitch. "I'm sorry, John." John? That was Tyler's brother. What the fuck? No wonder Tyler didn't think anyone could help if he had a brother that spoke like that and hit him. "Get out, you skank. I think the guys need your ass." "No, John, no, I promise to be good." "Fucking move or I'll knock you out." Eagle clenched his teeth so tightly his jaw ached, and he squeezed his fists, trying to break the cuff so he could get free and beat that motherfucker into a pulp. At that second, he regretted his decision. Oh, he didn't regret being taken. His only regret was he hadn't told Link his plan. Chapter 21. Link. Fuck. Link kept whispering beneath his breath, pacing the asphalt at the front of the building near the alley entrance. "Tell me again what happened," Link growled. coming to a stop, his chest heaving, trying to make sense of something that didn't make any fucking sense at all. He couldn't draw a breath, and he sure the hell couldn't stop the rage rushing through him like fire licking a matchstick. Funny, with all the heat inside of his chest, he was freezing cold. Squeezing his fists, he willed his body not to shake and his heart not to race, and barely managed to remain still. Eagle and I went left, and Parker and Oliver went right at the end of the alley. There was a lot of gunfire, and when the dust settled, Eagle was gone, Hunter said, rubbing a hand at the back of his neck. What about you? Link turned on Fisher and Creed. Where the fuck were you? We didn't reach them in time, Creed said. All we found was Eagle's earpiece and his Glock lying on the ground. No signs of a struggle, Fisher added. Jacob, can you sync our devices, please? Dalton spoke the order quietly into the sudden silence. Copy, Jacob said and hurried to climb inside the SUV with the command center. Link took a deep breath and released it slowly. Jordan, get me the address of any gang leaders in this fucking town. I'm on it, boss. Jordan jogged after Jacob and both men disappeared into the vehicle. Nobody sleeps, eats, or takes a fucking piss until he's found, Link ordered. He didn't even look at Dalton. This wasn't Dalton's call. Recovering Eagle was Link's job, and nothing and nobody was going to get in his way. He went numb at that point, stalking past them all, ignoring Creed's concerned gaze. Reaching the ATV, he stepped up into the tank-like vehicle. This was where they kept the big guns and every imaginable piece of weaponry and gear ranging from flash grenades, automatic rifles, knives, handguns, and tons of ammo. Dalton stepped up into the vehicle and came to stand next to him. Don't try and talk me out of it. I wasn't going to. Link shot Dalton a quick glance. I want these sons of bitches just as much as you do. I doubt it, he muttered. Okay, that's fair. I always knew you two had a thing for each other, Dalton nodded. Yeah, Eagle and I just need to figure out our shit. And they needed more time. He couldn't lose Eagle. It was too soon. They had a lifetime to live and grow old together. Sometimes it took a life-altering event to make a person wake up. And Link had woken the fuck up. He wasn't going to let another minute pass without telling Eagle exactly how he felt. Even if Eagle wasn't the type to share his feelings, Link would and could be that guy. Boss? Go ahead, Link responded to Jordan through his earpiece. I've got the address of the two local gang leaders, Marco Woods and Ricky Elron. Good, send those to our cell phones. Also, there's something else. According to the neighborhood mosque, the Richards are not and never have been members, unless they go out of town. So they may have lied. Link slammed a fresh clip into his Colt 40 and tucked more ammo into his belt. He selected a Glock from the rack and tucked that into the back of his pants before clipping on the ammo belt. Yes, sir, Jordan said. Can you have someone pick up Kenneth Richards for me? Link slid a glance at Dalton, who was tucking away several weapons. Oliver, contact the local PD and have them bring Kenneth Richards to the crime scene for additional questions, Dalton said over the comms. Copy, Oliver responded. Link pulled on a vest, positioned the FBI badge and chain around his neck, and then closed his eyes for a second. It's going to be okay, Dalton murmured. Eagle is one tough SOB. They've killed 8 people already. Link jerked his head to the bomb site as a silent reminder of the murders. Dalton didn't have much to say after that, and neither did Link. When his phone pinged with the addresses of the 2 gangbangers, Link slipped into the driver's seat of the ATV. Let's move it. Stepping to the open side door, Dalton yelled at the unit. What about Kenneth Richards? Oliver said. He's arriving on scene. Have the cops hold him, Link barked. He wasn't waiting for that punk to start telling the truth. How about I stay back and question him? Hunter offered. No, I need your skills. Owen jumped in through the open side door of the tank, followed closely by Gage, Mason, Adam, and Ice. Ice placed Grit on the seat and buckled the pup's vest to the seat, keeping the animal safe from falling about. Boss, we found something on the surveillance tapes, Owen said. What is it? 2 members of NSV buying materials. Stands for Northside Vipers. So this is gang-related? It appears so, but we still don't know why they keep coming back, Owen said, strapping into the seat next to Gage. They must want the owners dead, Mason said, scratching grit behind his tiny ears. Maybe the Richards failed to pay their monthly protection tax, Adam chimed in. More like it was a give money so we don't kill you fee, Mason responded. Link pulled away from the bomb site with the other Pegasus units following. The heavy vehicles powered through the dark, wet streets, engines shaking the ground. Eagle, hang in there. We're coming. The more he agonized over Eagle's capture, the more his head cleared up. Not many people they knew of could capture one of them unless they were outmanned or outgunned. It could have been both. Did they shoot him? No. They hadn't found any blood near Eagle's earpiece and gun. That didn't mean they hadn't shot him later. Stop. He let out a heavy breath, and 10 minutes later he made a right at the street. Elrond's house was halfway down the block, and Link punched it. Gang members heard them coming. Those hanging around on the street scattered like flies. Link floored it and barreled up on the sidewalk and hit the brake. Mason, Oliver, and Jordan would make sure all Pegasus vehicles were protected during the raid. Link jumped out and ran with Dalton, Gage, Ice, and Adam on his ass. They were quickly met by Hunter, Parker, Owen, Fisher, and Creed. Link lunged up the front steps and kicked in the front door. Yeah, no warrant, but Pegasus wasn't designed for those tasks. They were designed to take out the scum when the cops' hands were tied. And today, Link was taking out the fucking trash. Get down, Dalton's big voice boomed through the room. Drop your weapons, Gage followed, just as loud and deep. Ice didn't yell. He moved like a fucking ninja through the room, disappearing after 2 perps. A few seconds later, Link heard screaming. Several perps jumped, ran, and scattered. The music was so loud the room jumped beneath their feet. White lines of cocaine or crystal meth littered the coffee table. Cigarettes, booze bottles, and fast food wrappers lay scattered around. Link lunged for one of the perps and slammed him into the wall. The guy yelped and then groaned when Link twisted the fucker's arm behind his back, lifting the guy up on his toes. Where the fuck is he? Link snarled. Chapter 22. Eagle. When the hood was yanked off, Eagle blinked against the blinding light. Once his eyes adjusted, he found the room was empty of any kind of furniture except for a couple of mattresses on a bare, faded floor. The windows were caked with dirt, and it smelled like cigarette smoke. Eagle turned his eyes to the man who'd taken off his hood. The guy was bald with a mustache and goatee, dark eyes, a bad attitude, and a handgun in his fist. The other guy in the room had slicked blonde hair, a gut hanging over his belt, and sagging pants on his large frame. He also held a handgun pointed straight at Eagle. "What's your name?" the one with the goatee said, and Eagle decided this was the boss, or at least the thug thought he was the boss. Eagle. The guy blinked, and Saggy Pants laughed nervously. "Like the bird?" "Exactly." "What kind of name is that?" Goatee said, pulling a hand down the hair on his chin, and then jerked his head at Saggy Pants. "It's a code name." Saggy Pants stepped up and started removing Eagle's gear, yanking it off and dropping it on the floor. They couldn't get his vest off without uncuffing him, and Saggy Pants didn't seem to want to go that route. Eagle didn't blame the guy. He outweighed each of them by 80 pounds or more of muscle. "Where are the boys?" Goatee squinted at him. "What boys?" "Tyler, John, and Cliff." The man jerked in surprise, and then something calculating swam in his mud-colored eyes. "You know them?" Goatee spit on the floor. "No, but I'm smart enough to know that one, if not all of them, don't want any part of this," Eagle said flatly, and stared down Goatee until he looked away. "Sticks, go get John and Tyler." Saggy Pants, a.k.a. Sticks, left the room, and Eagle glanced slowly around. There didn't seem like a lot of Goatee's gang up here nor around this room, but he couldn't be sure that the guy didn't have a building full of thugs. The perp glared at him. "Why are you here instead of the cops?" "We're here to help out." "You're getting in the way of something I need." "Not sorry," Eagle squinted. "Where's Cliff Carson?" "Dead." A gasp from the doorway drew Eagle's gaze, and he found Tyler and John standing in the doorway with Sticks behind them with the ever-present gun. "You said he was okay," Tyler choked out, tears streaming down his face. John, standing silent next to Tyler, elbowed his brother hard in the ribs. "Fucking suck it up, you fucking sissy," John sneered, and Tyler gulped, trying to stop crying. "It's gonna be okay," Eagle said to Tyler. "Don't talk to him," John snarled and shoved Tyler further into the room. The boy's wide blue eyes were filled with fear. "What's the plan?" John said, coming to stand next to Goatee. "You got a soft spot for him," Goatee said to Eagle. The man was smarter than Eagle had given him credit for. "I need you to get into the Richards Eatery, open up the safe in the cellar beneath the main room, and get me my fucking drugs back." Goatee pulled a phone from his pocket and tossed it to Sticks, who stepped up and tucked the phone into Eagle's back pocket. "What are your drugs doing in that restaurant?" Eagle asked, ignoring Sticks. "That fucker Kenneth stole them from me, and I want back what's mine." "So you've been using kids to do your dirty work?" "Yeah," the man laughed. "And now I'm gonna use you." "No," Eagle said. "You want to rethink that?" "No." Goatee studied him and then lifted his gun and shot John point blank in the head. Tyler screamed and John fell backward with a thud. Tyler's horrified gaze watched the blood seeping from his brother's bullet wound onto the stained wood floor. "John!" Tyler fell to the floor with a sound like a wounded animal. The boy shook his brother and pushed out his chest as if giving CPR. Sobs ripped from Tyler's throat and Eagle's heart ached for the boy. "Get the fuck up!" Goatee reached down and grabbed Tyler by his hair and yanked him up. "The next one goes in his head," Goatee said, and pointed the gun at Tyler's head. "What's your answer now?" "I'll get them. On one condition," Eagle said, his teeth clenched. "What's that?" "The drugs in exchange for Tyler." Goatee smirked with a huff. "That's not a fair trade, my man. Tyler isn't worth the shit on the bottom of my shoe, so yeah, you got yourself a deal." Eagle always knew when someone was lying to him. Goatee had every intention of killing Tyler, drugs or no drugs. "If you harm one hair on his head, you won't get your drugs, and I'll take pleasure in making you gag on your own blood as I kill you," Eagle promised, holding the man's gaze for a long time. Goatee laughed, but this time it was a nervous sound. "Stand up." Sticks stepped behind Eagle and Goatee backed up, holding Tyler in front of him with the gun pointed under Tyler's chin, putting distance between him and Eagle. It was a good thing the guy had backed up. If he'd stayed close, Eagle would have snapped both his and Sticks' necks. Goatee waved the gun at him and then toward the door. "Get going. You have 1 hour." The floor from the bomb isn't cleared out, and there are structure beams covering that section. I can't do it in 1 hour. "Well, you better figure out a way, or else." The man put the gun back beneath Tyler's chin. "You want your fucking drugs or not?" Eagle growled. Goatee thought about that for a second. "How long will it take?" "Give me until tomorrow and I'll have your shit." Eagle stalked to the door and then spun. Sticks stumbled back and away. Eagle shot the leader a flat look. "Don't forget our deal." "Call the number in that phone when you have it," Goatee sneered. Eagle turned to gaze into Tyler's ravaged, tear-stained face. The boy was in shock. God knows what they'd been doing to him, and Eagle was going to take pleasure in crushing every single one of them. He held Tyler's eyes across the distance. "I will be back," he said, before the hood was put over his head again and he was shoved toward the doorway. The last thing he heard was Tyler's choking sob. Chapter 23. Link. 3 houses ripped apart and they had nothing. It was about 3 a.m. Eagle had been gone for a couple hours, and the more time that went by, the more Link got in his head. He couldn't even talk right then. All his words had dried up and Dalton had taken over. Eagle was alive. He could feel it. As much as Dalton tried to get Link to leave the crime scene, he wasn't having it. They all stayed. Someone went for coffee, but his was already cold. He wasn't leaving the last place where Eagle had stood, giving him that cocky smile. Both Creed and Dalton stayed close to him, and at first he couldn't figure out why until he realized he was shaking. Creed slipped a heavy jacket over his shoulders. "Got him, near the back of the building," Fisher's voice came through the comms. Link stumbled and gazed down the alley, squinting. Between Ice and Fisher strode a familiar figure, and his breath caught at the sight of those wide shoulders. Eagle's steps slowed and then stopped, but Link didn't have any problems moving. Jerking steps took him all the way down the alley, and he didn't stop running until his whole body was pressed against Eagle's and the man's tree-trunk arms were holding him tight. One hand came up and cupped the back of his head, pressing him close. "I'm okay," Eagle kept whispering into his ear, but Eagle had a hard time believing it. Link shoved Eagle hard in the chest, using all of his strength, but Eagle only crushed him closer. The fear that fisted his heart released, and he sucked in huge, gasping breaths against Eagle's neck. After a long moment, Eagle's arms eased their mighty grip. Drawing back and in the light of the alley, Link studied the bruises on Eagle's face and finally was able to speak in an almost normal tone of voice. "What happened? Can we get somewhere warm?" Eagle rubbed at Link's frozen arms beneath the heavy coat. Leave it to Eagle to be concerned for Link instead of himself. His guy was a protective badass. "Yeah, let's head back to the motel," Dalton said. "I have Wall sending officers to relieve us." "Come on. There's something I need to tell you, but we need to hurry," Eagle said and took his hand. Right there in the middle of their unit, Eagle linked their fingers together. Just the feel of that rough palm against his steadied his shaking legs. 30 minutes later, Link sat in the middle of the motel bed, freshly showered. The heater was blasting and freshly delivered pizza sat between him and Eagle. He felt like every muscle in his body had been drained. They'd showered together, but Eagle hadn't tried to do anything other than wash him off and give him kisses. Deep, drugging kisses. "Eat up. We need to hurry." It was the second time Eagle stated they needed to hurry. He thought they'd have a moment to clear the air, but even after the hot shower, Eagle was tense, and Link was done jumping to conclusions. He wasn't going to damage the fragile truce they had established. They really sucked at communicating, and he was going to end it here and now. "Tell me what happened." Link took a large bite of pizza. Eagle took a bite of cheesy bread. Chewing for a moment, he lowered the bread. "I let myself be taken. I needed to get close enough to see where the boys were." Link's chest squeezed. Eagle had let himself be taken. The man had gone off alone and surrendered because he didn't feel like Link had his back. Their partnership, friendship, and anything else they hoped to be was suddenly on the line. Link realized that this was a pivotal moment for them. He could fly off the handle and get pissed, or he could show some fucking understanding. He hadn't realized just how much he'd pushed Eagle away until this moment. "I'm sorry I made you feel you couldn't come to me," Link said around the lump in his throat. "I'm so fucking sorry I left you behind," Eagle said gruffly, poking at the crust. "And for a lot more." Link closed one hand over Eagle's until the man glanced up. "We own this right here, right now, and then we move past it. I don't want to lose you." He almost admitted his love, but he kept quiet. He wanted to address Eagle's comment of a lot more, but he knew this might not be the time. "I won't lose you," Eagle rasped, linking their fingers and then squeezing his hand. "You can't." Link gave Eagle a smile, squeezed his fingers, and continued eating. He picked up speed when Eagle started wolfing down his meal. "I met the man who set the bomb," Eagle explained about a gang leader and missing drugs. The guy must be one of the leaders who hadn't been at home earlier when the team had busted down doors. "There's 2 major gangs in this area. We have Marco Woods in the northeast and Ricky Elron in the southwest." This would be in Elron's territory, Eagle said, and went on to explain Kenneth's part in all this by stealing from Elron and the fact that Cliff Carson was dead. "Then Elron ordered me to get his drugs back. When I flat out refused, he shot John in the head, killed him right there in front of Tyler," Eagle said grimly, and explained that John's treatment of Tyler was appalling and abusive, and that he suspected that Tyler was being sexually abused from what little John had said. "I think John was pimping out Tyler." Eagle tossed his pizza crust down and pushed away the container. Jesus, Link whispered and gripped Eagle's hand again. When the fucker turned the gun on Tyler, I couldn't let that happen. No, we can't let that happen. I agreed to get Elron his drugs in exchange for Tyler. The fucker wants me to call when I have the stuff to arrange an exchange, Eagle said gruffly. Do you know where they are? They had a hood over my head, but I counted. Eagle's smile was satisfied. The man was very good at that particular skill. He couldn't count the times Eagle had found a location by counting the drive time alone. Did they turn any corners? Eagle snorted and stood from the bed. 2, and those were 20 seconds long. Link gave a huff and took the hand that Eagle held out. They dressed in silence, putting their tactical gear on and weapons in place, and hurriedly left the room. By Link's watch, it had been 40 minutes since Eagle's return. Link rapped on Dalton's door. The man pulled it open. He was shirtless and placed the side of his arm on the door. Through the opening, Adam sat on the bed, still fully clothed. Good. You're still dressed. Kind of, Dalton eyed him, his eyes serious, and jerked his head, opening the door wider. What's up? We have a situation. Hang on, Dalton said and called the rest of the men. 5 minutes later, they gathered in Dalton and Adam's room. It was a cramped fit, but they made it work. The only ones missing were Fisher, Ice, and the pup. Fisher never came to meetings, and Ice was damned elusive. Link stood by Eagle's side while he told everyone the whole story, including the demanded exchange and the murder of John Carson. Those motherfuckers, Adam said hotly. So, are we digging up the drugs and doing a trade? Gage looked and sounded confused. Link didn't blame the guy. Trading wasn't something Pegasus ever did, but there was an innocent life at stake, and that changed everything. We are not waiting. We are getting Tyler out of there. Eagle checked the clip on his weapon. We are taking these sons of bitches down, Link said. Anyone else have questions? Dalton asked. Everyone shook their heads, and as a group, they turned to Eagle. We end this tonight, Eagle rasped, and shoved his gun into his shoulder holster. Chapter 24. Eagle. He and Link sat in the back of the XL SUV with Jordan at the wheel and Creed in the passenger seat. Mason and Gage sat across from them. The rest of Pegasus were in the other vehicles. Fisher and Ice had been located and were hot on their asses. Link was on the phone, and Eagle leaned his head back against the seat. The low rumble of the engine beneath him was comforting, but it was the man at his side and the team that had his back that eased him the most. Honestly, he was still trying to wrap his head around how understanding Link had been about the fact that he'd deliberately let himself be taken. Instead of flying off the handle and throwing a punch, Link had listened. He rolled his head to gaze at Link's profile, at the tousled brown hair with a smattering of highlighted strands from the sun and the light hairs on the man's unshaven face. He'd never get tired of looking at Link. The man he was studying so intently ended the call and turned immediately to him. Detective Wall is picking up Kenneth Richards and wanted to have a team dig up the drugs. I told him to go ahead because even if the gang does have someone watching, they'll just think you ordered it. Eagle? Jordan said from the front. Where to? He pulled his gaze from Link and moved so he could see out the window. Get us to the crime scene and I'll take you there. He lowered back down and found that Link had slid closer, shoulder to shoulder. He turned his head and his nose met Link's temple. Any closer and I'll have to charge you rent, he said, not bothering to keep his voice quiet. The side of Link's mouth quirked. You want cash, check, or a direct deposit? Eagle laughed loudly along with the others. Amidst laughter, Mason leaned over and gave Link a high five. When Link sat back, Eagle slid his arm across the man's shoulders. They still had a lot to talk about and come to terms with, and he had his own apologies to give, but this right here felt like home. Link was his home. And even though they fought, Eagle vowed that moving forward, he'd do whatever it took to make sure that no matter what tore them apart, they would come back together. There was strength in each of them, but together they were unstoppable. Coming up on the crime scene, Jordan called. Drive past it, reduce your speed a bit, and keep going until I tell you to turn. Jordan reduced his speed. The engine growled, and the streets vibrated with the passing of the large tactical units. The constant drizzle had taken a rest, but the streets remained wet and water churned from beneath thick tires. "Take the next left, turn right, and then drive to the end," Eagle counted in his head during the 4-minute ride. "Stop here." Jordan stopped, and the other vehicles pulled up behind them. "Go dark," Eagle ordered. Jordan flipped off the lights, and the other drivers followed suit. "Drive slower." Eagle held the backs of the front seats and counted until they reached the middle of the block. "This is it." Jacob eased to the side of the road, and all 3 vehicles parked. "It's that building." Eagle pointed down toward the end of the block. "On the right." The building had a broken-down chain-link fence with city-issued keep-out signs reflected in the streetlights. Each sign had been shoved over or broken apart. The building itself was 6 levels and sunken into its foundation. It looked as dismal as Eagle had pictured in his head. A few glowing lights shone from the inside. Link opened the door and jumped out, and Eagle was on the man's ass. The rest of the men gathered around. Fisher and Ice caught up and pulled in behind the massive ATV. Ice jumped out and shot out every streetlight within reach with a silencer twisted on the end of his weapon. A bit of overkill, but Ice was very thorough. Everyone stood waiting on Link. Technically, this was still Link's mission, but then the man did something completely unexpected. "Dalton, you take this," Link said. Dalton didn't hesitate. He growled the orders through the comms and split them into 2- and 3-man teams to breach every exit they could on the old, broken-down apartment building. Like a pack of silent wolves, they surrounded the place. It was Eagle and Link's job to go up the west side fire escape. Link stopped beneath the fire escape and leaped upward. He caught the rung at the bottom of the ladder, but it didn't budge. Link hung there, and Eagle grinned up at him. "George, George, George of the jungle," Eagle softly sang. "Ass," Link snickered. "Give me a hand." Eagle wrapped his arms around Link's waist and pulled. The thing creaked and groaned, and Eagle stopped. He looked up, meeting Link's gaze. Yeah, this wasn't going to work. It was too damned noisy. Instead of continuing to pull Link, Eagle lifted the man up, and Link grabbed another rung on the ladder. Bending down, Eagle placed Link's boots on his shoulders and then stood up to his full height. In another second, Link climbed nimbly up the side and onto the rusty platform. Standing above him, Link looked down, and Eagle imagined the man was cocking an eyebrow and giving him a challenging look. Eagle jumped, and instead of catching the ladder in case he accidentally pulled it down, he caught the bottom of the first platform. Show off. It's a natural talent. He pulled his body up and climbed over the edge. Link snorted softly and tapped his earpiece. "Ready," the man said to the rest of the team. Shortly after Link spoke, all team members reported back. When Link nodded, Eagle stepped through the window of the second-level hallway near the fire escape and pulled his weapon out. Tugging up his night vision goggles, he stood in the dirty hallway waiting for Link. The goggles were an annoyance to Eagle most of the time, but it sure made seeing inside the dark building a fuck-ton better than without. The familiar tat-tat-tat of gunfire came from below when Dalton, Gage, and Mason came through the front door. "Do you remember what floor?" "One more up," Eagle murmured, and together they moved through the dark, weapons raised. They came upon Ice, who stood completely still in the dark next to an open doorway. Each member of Pegasus, and Ice was no different, had a patch slapped on their shoulder with their logo. The patch faintly glowed and made keeping the perps separated from the unit easier. Nobody wanted to get shot by friendly fire. More gunfire echoed from below, and voices shouted. Ice lifted 2 fingers and then pointed to the open doorway about 2 feet ahead. Link slid closer, and Eagle brought up the rear. They had to get past the doorway in order to get to the stairs. "Federal agents," Eagle shouted, staying out of sight. "Throw down your weapons." Someone fired from inside, and Link jumped into action. The way the man moved was pure poetry. Link lunged, slid to his knees on the floor, and landed sideways in the open doorway. Snick, snick, snick. Snapping to his feet, Link was at the other side of the door. Eagle peeked inside, and Ice leaned his head over to do the same. "Clear," Eagle said. "We're going up," Link told Ice, and the blond man nodded. "I'll comb the rest of this floor." Ice said, and slipped away. Link darted for the stairs, and Eagle hurried when the man slipped out of sight. He found Link standing about halfway up the smelly stairwell. Link had waited for him. Eagle smirked in the dark and nodded at Link to continue. They moved in sync. They always had, like a match set that couldn't really function when apart. He liked it that way. This was the way they were meant to be. Together. Forever. Chapter 25. Link. Things had changed. It felt different between them on every level, like they'd come full circle, like everything they were meant to be had suddenly become realized. If he had to put a word to it, he'd say, it was hope. Such a small word for feelings this big. He loved the man at his side with every inch of his soul, and when he roamed this earth, he wanted Eagle by his side. He planned on being around for a long time. It was crazy how everything morphed around him. He became hyper-focused on each creak of the floor and every brush of air that came sweeping through the dark, drafty building. Moving as quietly as possible up the stairs, bullets suddenly splintered the railing and plunged into the wall near his head. Link crouched, aimed his weapon up the stairwell, and returned fire. Together he and Eagle worked their way upward, exchanging fire. Link's bullets hit the target, and a man dropped and rolled down the last set of stairs, leaving splintered wood in his wake. Link stepped over the body, weapon pointed at the now quiet top of the stairs, while Eagle checked for a pulse. Clear, Eagle said over the noise growing on the lower levels as Pegasus roared in and took control. Eagle touched his shoulder. It was a silent communication to move, and Link slid quietly upstairs to the next floor's hallway. The stairs beneath his feet creaked, but over the noise below it was faint. He reached the top of the stairs, and a groaning floorboard issued a warning just before he was slammed into. Link grunted beneath the impact and slammed into the wall, his back spasming. He tried to headbutt the bastard, but the man had his head dug into his chest, beefy arms wrapped around him, keeping his arms down. Link's grip on his weapon didn't budge, but he couldn't get his arms up to fire. With a growling sound that rumbled through the room, Eagle reached over and yanked the fucker brutally away. Link could feel the power that swept through Eagle with a force of sinew, muscle, and bone. One-handed, Eagle tossed the guy to the floor with a thud and put 2 slugs in the man's head. Impressed, Link blinked, but Eagle was already moving, and Link hurried to catch up. Just before Eagle reached an open doorway ahead, the man stopped and stood shy of the opening. Link would bet money this was the room where Eagle had been held. Before either of them could even take a peek inside, gunfire rang out and bullets from an automatic rifle blasted through the doorway. Eagle slid back, his big arm out, corralling Link behind him. He was protective as ever, and Link wanted to kiss him. Bullets blasted the wood of the doorframe, and debris flew in the air as it splintered into a million pieces. The sound was deafening, and then it was suddenly quiet, followed by a slight clinking sound signaling that someone was reloading. The break in the gunfire was all they needed, and Eagle swung his arm around the doorframe, shooting several rounds into the room. Link lunged out and landed sideways on the floor, firing low while Eagle fired high. Together they hit their unknown mark, and a suspect toppled from the corner of the room. Eagle stalked inside, and Link jumped to his feet to follow. On the floor, not far from the perp, was another dead body. "That's John Carson," Eagle gestured with his gun. Link bypassed John's body and checked the perp they'd shot for a pulse. Finding none, he returned to stand next to Eagle. "From what you said, he wasn't a very nice guy." Link studied the dead Carson. "No, he wasn't. I'd say that gang life completely corrupted him." Eagle sighed. "Where do you think Tyler is?" Link murmured. "I don't know, but I bet he's with Elron." "Link, Eagle, report," Dalton said through his earpiece. "We're good. The room Eagle was held in is clear. No sign of Elron or Tyler Carson." "Copy," Dalton responded. "All right, you heard him. Let's canvass this building and get me a damned location." Dalton barked out the order. Link headed toward the door but stopped shy of walking out. They might think they'd taken down the perps up here, but they couldn't be sure. "Let's clear the rest of this floor," Link whispered, touching Eagle on the shoulder to let him know he was ready. Eagle stooped over and quickly left the room after a quick check of the hallway. Gun up and at the ready, they moved on, clearing every room they came to until they reached the far end and another window to the fire escape. Eagle stopped dead and pulled off his goggles. Link did the same. "What?" Link whispered. "The roof," Eagle answered, gesturing to the window that was slightly ajar. It made sense when Link thought about it. Elrond could be trying to get away by roof access. Hell, he might be able to jump across to a neighboring building. "Let's do it," Link said quietly. "Dalton, we're heading up to the roof," Eagle said, and then gave him a cocky grin that Link could just make out from a faint light coming in through the window. When Eagle gestured him to the fire escape, Link pulled up the window and climbed through, taking the ladder upward with Eagle right behind him. He slipped on his goggles before reaching the top and waited for Eagle to do the same before jumping over the ledge and then dropping into a crouch. Eagle was over in seconds, his big body low to the ground right next to him, giving off waves of heat. One access door led to the apartments below, and several air conditioning units sat scattered around. Other than that, there wasn't much cover. Link moved to the nearest unit and took cover. Eagle moved to a unit not far from him and did the same. A scuffle reached his ears, and he pointed toward the sound. When Eagle nodded, Link ran in a crouch to the next unit before he made his way to the side of the far wall that enclosed the access door. Dodging out a glance toward the scuffle going on, Link was just in time to spot a head disappearing over the side. "Another fire escape," he hissed at Eagle before lunging out and running toward the edge. Fine rooftop gravel crunched beneath his boots, and when he reached the side, he darted a look over the edge and saw Tyler with the shooter below. A bullet smacked the small retainer wall, and he dropped back. Eagle took a brief glance and then dropped low by his side, back to the wall. "That's Tyler. We keep following, and Elrond's going to shoot the kid." "Yeah, looks like they're climbing down the fire escape, which means they'll reach the lower levels." Link rubbed a hand over the hair on his chin. "I've got an idea. Let's go." He jumped up and ran to the access door and shot off the lock. Entering back inside the apartment building with Eagle on his ass, he lunged down the stairs until he was 2 levels down. Running to the end of the hallway where the fire escape could be seen through the dirty window, he and Eagle waited. Nudged up against his side, Eagle was patient until Elrond's shoes showed through the glass. "Come on, you fucking asswipe! Keep moving or I'll shoot you dead!" The snarled words were muffled through the closed window, but they both clearly heard the threat to Tyler. Link traded a look with Eagle, then his partner gave the signal that stood for no gunfire. Link agreed. It was too risky shooting. Elrond's gun could go off, or he could hang on long enough to kill Tyler. "Your call," Link whispered. Eagle smirked, and Link wasn't prepared for the man's quick-fire response. It left him blinking. Chapter 26. Eagle. Gripping the edge of the window, Eagle lifted his feet and kicked out the glass. He used all of his might and sent his boots, glass and all, into the man's gut. Not much could withstand his power, and this fucker was no exception. The gang leader lost his grip on his hostage and gun and went sailing back off the fire escape. Like slow motion, the man flew through the air with a surprised look on his face before he tumbled screaming to the concrete below. Eagle used his boot to kick out the remaining glass and leaned his head out to look up. Tyler Carson stood gazing down at him with wide, scared eyes. "Told you I'd come back." The boy let out a shaky breath and clambered down the rest of the ladder. When Eagle pulled the boy through the broken window, Tyler collapsed into his arms. Thank you so much," Tyler said with a sob. Eagle cupped the back of the boy's head and held him close. Gazing at Link, he caught the man's silently mouthed words. "My hero." He didn't know that he was anyone's hero, but that Link would think that of him at his chest swelling with pride. "Come on, let's get out of here," Eagle said gruffly. "Dalton, package is secure. Gang leader is dead," Link said via the comms. "No," Eagle growled, because he'd recognized the fucker he'd just kicked off the fire escape ladder. "He's not," Tyler whispered. "He's not?" Link echoed with a confused look. That wasn't Elrond. That was his second in command, Styx. "Well, fuck," Link muttered, and then said into the comms, "Scratch that, Dalton. We didn't get the leader." They reached the lower levels of the building and found the unit gathered near the front. Jordan had moved the tank-like ATV closer, and Dalton had his device up with a map of the neighborhood loaded on the screen. "Jordan," Eagle said, "will you keep Tyler in one of the Pegasus vehicles? Elron is still on the loose." "Come on," Jordan said, taking Tyler to the ATV. "I'll show you our arsenal." Tyler smiled, and it was the first genuine smile Eagle could remember seeing. Once the pair disappeared, Eagle turned to Dalton and Link. "I can't believe I didn't notice that wasn't Elron until he went flying off the fire escape," Eagle said. "We never got a good look at who took Tyler over the side. If you could see through walls, then I'd say take the blame, but since you can't," Link shrugged. Eagle rubbed at the back of his neck. He prided himself on getting the facts straight. "Just think of it this way," Link said, gripping him by the front of his vest and yanking him closer. "We took down most of the bad guys. What's a few more?" Eagle smirked and nodded. He hadn't stepped away when Link pulled him close, and Eagle imagined they might have kissed if Dalton hadn't cleared his throat. "We need to reassess," Dalton said. "Yes, and I need to call CPS," Eagle said, and rubbed a hand at the back of his neck. "I'll get EMS out here to check over Tyler," Link offered and made the call. Tyler was antsy, but reluctantly walked to the ambulance when it arrived a few moments later. It took an hour for the representative from Child Protective Services to make an appearance. Meeting with CPS put a sour feeling in Eagle's stomach, but he gave his statement and information to the stodgy-looking woman wearing a dark brown pantsuit and a tight bun at the back of her head. Her weathered face wrinkled when she smiled and nodded. "Where are you taking him?" Eagle stared at the woman. "We have a foster place who can take him tonight until we find somewhere permanently." Eagle looked past the woman to where Tyler sat on the tail end of an ambulance being checked over by an EMT. From here, Tyler would be taken to the hospital, where they would do a rape kit for evidence. "He didn't stay at the last place you put him in." "I know. We will do better," she promised. Eagle supposed that was all he could hope for. With a brisk nod, he walked over to Tyler. "Hey." "Hey," Tyler offered him a small wobbling smile. "After the hospital, they have a place for you tonight," Eagle gestured to the woman. "Yeah," Tyler slowly nodded. "She told me." Eagle didn't like the way the boy's voice cracked. "You okay?" A stupid question, but one he had to ask. "Getting there. Are you going after Elron?" Tyler's voice trembled. "Yes. We already have 2 men searching for him. We will get him." Eagle pulled a piece of paper from his pocket where he'd written down his cell number and Link's, as well as the Pegasus headquarters number. "Call any of these numbers if you need anything." "I will." It took everything inside of Eagle to walk away from the vulnerable 15-year-old who sat watching him with big hero worship eyes. Eagle had killed the bad guy who'd taken Tyler over the edge of the building. The boy's scumbag of a brother was dead and could no longer pimp him out for money or whatever, so he needed to be satisfied with a job well done. Only one thing left to do. Find Elron and end that motherfucker's life. "Fan out. Let's find this dirtbag," their boss ordered, and all but Jordan fanned out. Dalton made the call and SWAT showed up 30 minutes later, and together they combed the surrounding area. They came up with one dead end after another. "He's probably laying low in someone's house," Link murmured. "He could be miles away by now," Eagle agreed. He wanted to wring that fucker's neck and squeeze the life out of him more than anything right about then. He wasn't going to let up until Elron was found. Several more hours went by, but they found no signs of Elron. "We need to call it," Eagle gnashed his teeth. "Let's get some rest. We'll find him eventually unless he leaves the state," Link said. Dalton and the rest of the men gathered near the Pegasus vehicles. "Fish and I got a lead," I said. The man stood at the edge of the group with Fisher. Both of them were heavily armed without an ounce of fatigue or tiredness on their faces. "Ah, to be that young again," Eagle thought. "You two check out the lead," Dalton told Ice and Fisher. Both men turned and started walking down the sidewalk. "Fish," Creed called. "Yeah," Fisher swung around. "Don't let this son of a bitch get away." Fisher gave Creed a cocky smile. Ice, though, he didn't crack a smile, and a glacial glint moved in the man's gaze. Eagle had a moment where he was fucking glad Ice was on their side. It gave him a chill to think of what the man was capable of. Chapter 27. Link. Gravel crunched beneath the tires of the SUV when they reached the motel parking lot. Link parked and got out. He stretched, bone-weary and fucking hungry as all hell. He was fiercely glad that Ice and Fisher had taken up the task of chasing after Elron. Link was coming up on 40 in a few years, and Eagle had already seen that number a year ago. If he was being honest, retiring was beginning to seem less like a distant thought and more like a current reality. He wondered what Eagle would think of that. They both had money tucked away, enough to retire comfortably, and the thought of maybe taking fewer jobs with Pegasus took root and wouldn't go away. Eagle's arms slipped over his shoulders, and before he knew it, they were inside his room with the door shut. Tearing off his tactical vest, Link dropped it along with his 2 handguns, ammo belt, and combat knife onto the table with a clank. Kicking off his boots, he made it as far as the bed and then sank down before flopping onto his back. The fan overhead spun slowly above him. Without saying a word, Eagle placed his gear and weapons on the table and kicked off his boots. Sitting next to him, Eagle dropped back. Link shut his eyes when the man's big fingers combed slowly through his hair, brushing it back from his forehead. Turning on his side, Link curled into Eagle. Arms like iron closed around him, and that was the last thing he felt until much later when Eagle stripped them both and tucked him under the covers before joining him there. The years they'd spent together as friends, but apart from doing this, had a lump growing in Link's throat. So much wasted time spent thinking this was a bad idea, when in his opinion, this right here was the best idea ever. They'd fallen into such a good friendship in the beginning. Link hadn't wanted to jeopardize that. But fuck, how stupid was that? Eagle squeezed his big arms around him as if sensing his sorrow. Link wanted to tell him that he wasn't sad, but more regretful. Now it was time to move toward a future that included them together, and Link drifted off with that picture in his head. Sometime during the night he writhed when Eagle's slick fingers were priming his ass, and he gasped into the man's mouth, moaning his approval when Eagle slipped his cock inside. Link groaned and gyrated beneath Eagle, wrapping him up tightly until they both found release. They fell asleep wrapped together. Link woke up to the scent of coffee and blinked against the room's brightness to find Eagle holding a cup out, with one knee on the bed. Thanks. He pulled himself up and cradled the cup. What time is it? He took a long sip of the hot brew. About 2 a.m. Eagle wore a pair of unbuttoned blue jeans and sank to the edge of the bed. His smoky blue eyes were solemn and a bit sad. What's wrong? Link could feel the worry coming off the man in waves. I'm worried about him. Eagle studied his hands. Me too, Link smirked when Eagle's head snapped up. I love that I don't need to tell you who. You just know. Eagle huffed a small sound. I get you like nobody else, Link murmured. Yes, you do. So what are we doing? I want to drive by the Foster house and check in on him. Link smiled. Sounds perfect. How do we get the address? Eagle let out a breath. You leave that to me. Link reached over and plucked his phone from the bedside table and dialed Jordan. Hey, Jordan. Can you get me the address of the Foster home they took Tyler to? On it, Jordan said in a groggy voice. Link tossed his phone on the bed. There. See? It pays to have people in high places. Now why didn't I think of that? Eagle chuckled and lifted up to kiss his lips. Because I'm your smarter half? Eagle's bark of laughter brought a smile so wide to Link's lips that his cheeks hurt. They still had a shit ton of things to talk about and resolve, and Link didn't want to put that off any longer. Bang, bang. A fist hit the door, making him jump. Damn it. Always something interrupting. Eagle got up and checked the window and then yanked open the door. Link jerked up the sheet to cover his groin, and a used condom wrapper fell to the floor. What now? Eagle glared at a grinning Dalton. Ice and Fisher got a lead on Elron. Thought you'd like to be there, Dalton smirked. I think they can handle it, Eagle said, and then glanced at Link. Unless you want to... Why not? Link smiled. We'll be right out. Eagle looked disgruntled, and Link laughed. Come on. You know you want to see that asshole arrested. And even if you don't, I want to see that asshole arrested. Eagle snorted and then gave a rueful smile. You're right. See? Told you. Smart Alec. We've already established that. Don't let it go to your head, Eagle squinted. I like it when you go to my head. Link stood from the bed and stretched, aware that Eagle's heat-filled, smoky blue eyes were on him. Link's cock was hard and thrusting away from his body, and he ran a hand down his abs to stroke his dick, watching the way Eagle's eyes darkened and he licked his lips. We don't have time, Link whispered. Fuck, Eagle snarled and stalked closer, gripping him by the back of his neck with one hand and his cock with the other. Link lifted to his toes and moaned when Eagle gripped him tightly before taking his mouth in a bone-crushing kiss. Then, oh so slowly, Eagle pulled away. Link was gasping when Eagle released his cock and stepped back. Not fair, he rasped. Rain check, Eagle grumbled and started pulling on his boots and his shirt. Rain check would be more like a thunderstorm, Link thought, and hurried to the restroom. He ran cold water over his body in the shower until his cock went soft, dried, and was ready in less than 10 minutes. Eagle had disappeared into the room he'd shared with Jordan, and Link met the unit at the Pegasus vehicles. They were dressed in tactical gear again, this time all black. They were coming, and so was the end of Elron's reign. If they could find the bastard. Chapter 28. Eagle. It was just before 3 in the morning when they arrived to meet Ice and Fisher at the location. Supposedly, Ice had gotten one of Elron's men to turn on him, and Eagle had to wonder how Ice had accomplished that task when nobody else was talking. It was better not to ask questions, he decided, when the rest of the men exchanged glances and didn't make any comments when they pulled up to the end of the block. Rolling up on the street, all vehicles killed their lights, but it wouldn't stop the ground from rumbling. Creed, who was driving the biggest vehicle, shut off the ATV's engine and coasted to a quiet stop well before they reached the address. That's fucking odd, Jordan muttered. Eagle frowned, gazing at the darkened street where only a few houses had faint lights glowing from behind curtains. He followed Jordan's finger when the guy pointed to the address. That house was completely dark along the front without the benefit of a porch light. The yard was lit up a bit from a nearby street lamp, showing the overgrown grass and the sagging chain-link fence. What's odd? This is the place of the Foster family who took Tyler in. Eagle's blood ran cold. He must have been watching, Dalton said. Or had people watching, Link said. We know we didn't get all of Elron's crew yet. Why would he go after Tyler, though? Jordan said, sounding confused. Because of me, Eagle said, dread filling his gut. He wants to get back at me. But Tyler isn't any relation to you, Jordan said. When I was held captive, I promised Tyler I would be back. I told Elron that I would drown him in his own blood if anything happened to Tyler, Eagle admitted. A beat of silence filled the vehicle, and then Link cleared his throat. Okay, then, the man said calmly. Let's do this. They moved like Avengers, slipping through the dark, wet streets silently, deadly. There were enough operatives to cover every angle of the house, preventing any and all escape. Eagle had one goal in mind, and that was to find Tyler. Ice picked the front door lock and disappeared inside along with Fisher. Eagle and Link entered while the others stood guard. There wasn't an escape route to be had. If Elron got past him and Link, the fucker would have to get through Pegasus to get away. The first body they came across was of a man sitting in his recliner, a bullet hole in his forehead, his reading glasses skewed. The cigar he'd been smoking was still burning in the ashtray on a small table nearby. It seemed the older man had just sat down to watch fucking reruns of CSI that played quietly on the television. Clenching his jaw, Eagle pointed to a door off the side of the room, and Ice and Fisher disappeared through the opening. It looked to be a lower level, A basement, perhaps. He and Link moved on, slipping through the room until they reached the kitchen. Eagle eased the door open to the sound of running water. At first glance, it appeared empty, but then Eagle spotted a pair of woman's shoes on the floor, sticking out from behind the center island. He stepped around the counter and found an older woman lying on her back, her neck slit from ear to ear. The fixings for a salad sat on the counter, and Link reached over and flipped off the faucet. The room dropped into a deafening silence. "Motherfucker," Link hissed. Stooping down to check her pulse, he shook his head. Eagle gripped his Glock and slowly eased to the only exit beyond the kitchen. Pausing at the opening, he took a look around the corner before slipping into the darkened hallway. Voices reached him, but not the words said. Inching closer, he found a closed door and listened. One of the voices was Tyler's, of that he was sure. It was a crappy situation. If he went in guns blazing, he could accidentally hit the boy. But to negotiate with that motherfucker Elron went against every cell in his body. "What's the play?" Ice whispered, suddenly next to him, along with Link and Fisher just behind. "Can you two find the window to that room and wait for my signal?" Eagle whispered. "Got it. What's the signal?" Ice murmured. "When Link tells you, I want you to break through the window of this room." Without another word or sound, Ice and Fisher disappeared back down the hallway, and a few moments later, Ice's voice came over the comms. "Ready." Eagle held Link's gaze in the dark, and even though he couldn't clearly see the man's expression, he knew that no matter the outcome, Link would have his back. He didn't wait. He touched Link on the shoulder and then reared back and kicked in the door. "Ice, now!" Link barked. The shattering of glass pierced the room just as wood from the door splintered beneath Eagle's big shoes. Rushing inside the bedroom, Eagle found Elron with his pants down, cock hanging out, and a scared Tyler naked from the waist down, huddling on the floor near the bed. Elron stumbled, jeans caught around his ankles, and lunged for the gun the stupid motherfucker had placed on the dresser. The bastard must have thought he'd have all night to rape Tyler, and nobody would know the difference. Eagle shot out Elron's knee. The man howled and cracked down on the floor before he came up on his good knee, still reaching for the gun. "You fuck!" Elron hollered. Eagle put a bullet in Elron's gut. Beneath the impact, the guy slammed back to the carpet, surprise on his face, his hands holding the red stain that blossomed on his white t-shirt. Yanking a blanket off the bed, Link wrapped a sobbing Tyler in it and guided the boy out of the room. Ice climbed through the window, gun drawn. The knee was for me. The gut wound, that was for Tyler. Eagle snarled and shot again. The bullet pierced Elron's arm and the gang leader howled, rolling on the carpet. Eagle waited, watching Elron like a fucking bug. The man finally struggled to sit up against the wall. "What the fuck was that one for?" Elron hissed out a ragged breath. "That one? That was for the other times you raped Tyler," Eagle snarled and stalked up to the guy. He bent over and put the barrel of his Glock beneath the man's chin. Elron's neck arched and his eyes went wide. The smell of urine filled the air, and the man started babbling. "Please, man, please. I'm unarmed," Elron begged. The thought of this motherfucker spending the rest of his life locked up in a small cage was a satisfying thought. "You're not worth any more of my bullets," Eagle sneered and pulled his gun away. The man fell back with a gasp against the wall, and Eagle turned away. He was all the way to the door when a shot rang out. Snick. Whirling around, he found Ice standing over Elron. "What was that for?" Eagle squinted. Ice met his eyes across the distance, and they were cold and flat. "He was taking up air." Fisher snickered and climbed back through the window to the outside. Ice turned to follow Fisher, but then turned back to Eagle. "Tell Ace I appreciate the offer, but I've got something else in mind," Ice said. Eagle studied the dead gang leader with the bullet center mass in his forehead. He had a pretty good idea of what Ice would be doing. Now that he thought about it, Ice appeared a better match to Erebus than Pegasus. "I will. And Ice?" He waited until the man glanced back. "Be careful out there." Ice gave him a flat gaze and a slow nod before he disappeared. Eagle left the room in search of Link. He found his man standing at one of the Pegasus vehicles, pulling a clean, warm blanket around Tyler, who was busy tying the drawstring on a pair of sweatpants. He walked straight up to Tyler and lifted the boy's face, checking for any new bruising. Thank fuck he didn't have any. "Did he?" Eagle said gruffly.
"No," Tyler said, wiping a hand at his nose. "You got there in time."
"We should probably get you to the hospital," he said with a frown.
"No,"
Tyler shook his head.
"Honestly, he didn't even get a chance to do more than what he did, which was yank my pants off and pull his down."
Eagle swallowed through a tight jaw at the thought of being a few minutes later. "I'd feel better if you were checked over."
"Eagle,"
Tyler said his name softly as if testing it out.
"I swear I would tell you. Please don't make me go there again."
That's all it took, and Eagle nodded before pulling the blanket higher around the teenager. "What now?" Link said, having stood quietly during their exchange of words. "Now, we take him home." A satisfied smile lit Link's blue eyes, and Tyler's sob of relief was all Eagle needed to hear. He gathered the pair into his arms, silently offering his strength. Chapter 29. Link. Did his badass lover even know that he oozed with protectiveness? He suspected Eagle didn't realize how possessive he became when it came to Link, and it was clear to Link that it now included Tyler. They had plenty of love to give to a lost boy, and Link knew in his heart they could provide the stability Tyler needed to heal and perhaps even thrive. First, though, they needed to come up with a plan. "I need to call Dave," Link whispered, easing out of Eagle's hold. Eagle urged Tyler into the XL SUV, and Link climbed inside. The rest of the unit loaded up into the other vehicles. Link held out a T-shirt for Tyler. It was a spare one from someone and hung on the tall, thin boy, but it was better than the damned blanket. One SUV would stay with Dalton, who was giving his statement to the local PD and would take care of the motel for all of them. Since SWAT and Detective Wall had been involved in the case, very little explanation was needed to the local PD. In fact, they were glad for Pegasus' assistance and promised to call on the team when needed in the future. Mason and Owen climbed in, and with Jordan driving, they hit the road. Once situated, Link pulled out his cell phone and dialed the former SecDef. "Link, what's the matter?" Dave answered the phone on the first ring. "I should be pissed at you that you sent Eagle," Link said conversationally. "Oh," Dave sighed. "Yeah, about that." "Mm-hmm," Link snorted on a laugh. "Where are you?" "At my California home," Dave said slowly. "Stay put," Link said and hung up. "You feel like a trip to Santa Barbara?" Link glanced at Eagle after he ended the call. Eagle slanted him a glance. "What about Tyler?" "He can come with," Link said. If they planned on keeping Tyler, and Link was pretty sure they did, Tyler would need to fit into their world. Which might not be the safest place on Earth, but it was a fuck-ton safer than where Tyler had been. "You feel like taking a drive with us?" Eagle asked, and the boy gave a quick nod. When Mason leaned across the space and offered Tyler a piece of jerky, the boy stared at it like a starving wolf. Link's heart squeezed. It was only when Eagle nudged Tyler with his shoulder that the boy snatched the food and tore off a huge bite. "Thank you." Tyler's mouth was full and the words were garbled, but Mason smiled with a nod. "Just let me know if you want more. I have a whole bag and some apples," Mason said over the rumble of the vehicle. Tyler nodded, and then tears spurted out of the boy's eyes before he ducked his head, holding on to the jerky like a fucking life-saving device. "Jordan, head to the address I sent to your phone," Link said. Jordan nodded and took the freeway. It'd take 2.5 hours to get to Santa Barbara from Bakersfield. "Here, let me do that for you," Owen said, climbing into the empty passenger seat and reaching for Jordan's phone. Jordan snorted. "I got it." "Let me help," Owen insisted. "Fine. You can think of things to keep me awake," Jordan said and handed over his phone. Owen grinned and Jordan rolled his eyes. "Don't get any ideas." "The more you get to know me, you'll realize that I'm full of ideas."
Please. Jordan shook his head, but even from where Link sat, he could see the smile on the younger man's lips. Dave's house sat behind an iron gate and guardhouse, and they passed right through the slowly opening gate. "I'm going to stay out here and catch some sleep," Mason said, and stretched out on the bench seat before pulling a rough gray blanket over his head. "I need to fill out some reports online," Jordan said when Link glanced at the techie. "And I'm going to help him. Fill the papers out," Owen called out. "Just in case you were wondering." "I wasn't," Link laughed. Walking up to the former SecDef's door wasn't like visiting a friend. The security detail on Dave was extensive, and Link was surprised to see a familiar face. "What are you doing here?" Link asked Stone. "Hanging around," the tall, dark-haired, good-looking man said with a shrug. "Does Dave know?" "No, and I'd like to keep it that way." "Won't they tell?" Link waved a hand at the plethora of guards. "Not if they value their jobs." "So, Dave has no idea you're out here guarding him?" "No," Stone said with a growl. "Why are you?" "That's on a need-to-know basis." Link smirked. "Yeah, okay. We cleared?" Stone jerked his head at the guard, and the man stepped back and opened the door. They were met by a woman who wore an apron and ushered them into a large library off to the side of the entryway. He came face to face with none other than Jackson West. "Hey." "Hey, Link. Eagle," Jackson said and glanced at the boy. "This is Tyler." "Hello," Tyler said shyly, gazing at Jackson in awe. Link couldn't blame him. Jackson commanded attention. The badass bodyguard was ripped, smoking hot, and wore leather. A living fantasy. What really drew attention, though, was Jackson's brown-blonde hair caught at the back of his head. Long, lighter strands fell forward, and a few caught in the man's beard. Yeah, the guy was one sexy motherfucker. Link slipped an arm around Eagle's waist, and the bigger man startled from his touch before sliding one massive arm along his shoulders. When Eagle pulled him closer, Link went. "What are you doing here?" Link asked. "I'm not." Jackson twisted his lips and tossed back the amber drink in the glass he was holding. "Oh, okay." Must be Erebus business. Jackson was a former assassin turned bodyguard, but Dave seemed to bring the man in when shit went south. "Link, Eagle." Dave entered the room. The man wore a dark power suit that went well with his dark hair. He had to be in his late 50s, but only a few threads of gray swept through the strands. Dave's face was shaved, but a dark shadow lingered on his squared jaw. Gold cufflinks winked on the cuffs of his pristine white shirt. "And who's this?" Dave's gaze landed on Tyler. "This is Tyler, and he's the reason we're here." Link quickly explained the situation about the previous foster care and what had happened tonight. He glossed over the rape, saying Tyler had recently been to the hospital for evidence collection. Dave caught on immediately, and his face went still. The man took abuse very fucking seriously. "So, with all that said, I need you to make a call and have Tyler placed in our custody," Link finished. Dave blinked, and his head swiveled from him to Eagle and then back to him. "So you two figured your shit out?" "Not yet," Link laughed. "Believe it or not, we haven't even talked." "Why not?" Dave frowned, and Link gazed up at Eagle, who cleared his throat. "Because in the end, our shit doesn't matter all that much. We're no longer going to let it get between what we want." "Yeah," Link said softly, holding Eagle's heated, smoky gaze. "Well, it's about damned time," Dave said. Link shot the man a sharp look. "You sound relieved. How much did you have riding on this?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "Bullshit," Eagle barked, and Link's grin widened. "We know about the bet. Every fucking couple in Phoenix and Pegasus has some kind of bet behind the scenes riding on whether or not someone would get together with someone," Link admonished through a chuckle. "Okay, I may have placed a small one." Dave held up his thumb and forefinger about an inch apart. Jackson snorted, drawing Link's gaze, but the man was moving toward the door.
When Jackson reached for the handle, he turned and held Dave's eyes across the distance. "We good?" "Yeah, I'll be in touch," Dave said, and Jackson left the room. "What was that about?" Link said. "Things you don't want to know." It had to be Erebus, and Dave was right. Link wanted no part of that fucked up side of Dave's business. The assassins were batshit crazy. "So, can you help us out?" Eagle asked. Dave smiled and lifted the phone. Chapter 30. Eagle. Several hours later, Eagle strode through the Pegasus bunker looking for Link. He found the man in one of the small rooms at the back. Standing in the doorway, he watched while Link tossed clothes in a bag. The man glanced up, caught his expression, and then sank to the edge of the bed with a T-shirt in his hands. "I'm presuming, aren't I?" Link whispered. "What?" Eagle frowned. Link gestured to the open duffel bag. "Packing my stuff?" Eagle stepped inside and snapped the door shut. Stalking over, he cupped the back of Link's neck and lifted the man upright before bringing him into his chest. "I was coming to help you pack," he admitted gruffly against Link's temple. Fuck, Link felt so good in his arms. "I want you. No, I need you with me." Link drew back and smiled up at him. "Let's get a hotel room and talk first before we go back to your aunt's place." "I like that idea. Jordan already said he had a bunk for Tyler here." Tyler was overjoyed at being included to hang out with the guys at Pegasus. "Hey, you two," Mason called before a knock sounded on the door. Eagle rolled his eyes, glad the action brought a grin to Link's lips, before he yanked open the door. "Ace called a meeting," Mason said with a grin, holding his hands up and backing away. "Of course he did," Eagle muttered, and Link snickered. Everyone was in the meeting except for Maverick, Gage, Holden, and Kellum. Link knew that 3 of the men were on a job up north to help fill in for Phoenix. Kellum he wasn't sure about, and he thought the techie would be back from his leave by now. "Thank you for taking the time. I know this meeting is unexpected, but there's some temporary department changes I need to make." Ace gazed around the room, cleared his throat, and then went on. "Kellum is taking an indefinite leave of absence, and while he is gone, Jacob will be covering as much as possible, and Jordan will be staying here to help out since Phoenix already has Reggie." "Is this permanent?" Owen asked, his eyes on Jordan and not Ace. "No. Kellum just needed to take more personal time," Ace said. "Is he okay?" Creed spoke up from where he was leaning against the back wall. "Honestly," Jacob said before Ace could respond, "we don't know. He's going through something that he won't share." "And," Ace cut in, "we are going to respect that." Jacob scowled and gave a sigh. "Yes, we are." Creed looked ready to take someone's head off, but he didn't say another word. "I also wanted you to know that Bakersfield SWAT has rounded up what was left of Elron's gang, and Kenneth Richards has been arrested for stealing drugs with intent to sell. But because of his age, the DA cut him a deal if he turns on the rest of Elron's gang." "Well, that's something at least," Dalton said, with several men nodding in agreement. "In other news," Eagle spoke up, and all eyes turned on him and Link. He casually slipped his arm around Link's shoulders. "Link and I are together." "Like together, or just together?" Beckett chimed in with a cackle. "Figure it out," Eagle murmured, and when Link turned that sunshine smile up at him, Eagle dipped his head and kissed the man right there in front of everyone. They both ignored the hooting and hollering until Ace groaned and told them all to get out. Amidst laughter, they complied. Sometime the next morning, he nuzzled into the hair at Link's temple. "You awake?" he whispered. "I'm awake." Pulling the man closer, they lay quietly for a moment. The hotel room was a nicer room than the cheaper motel in Bakersfield. He'd picked this one because of the view of the Ventura coastline right outside the window. "What you thinking about?" Eagle murmured and pulled Link closer. "Just how fucked up Tyler's life has been." "Mm-hmm. I hope Tyler accepts the help he needs." "Yeah, me too." Link shifted to sit up, and Eagle released his hold and did the same. The faraway look in Link's eyes worried him. Do you remember back in the alley before we were shot at? You were going to tell me why you encouraged Tim. Eagle rolled over to gaze into Link's eyes. Can you tell me now? I didn't know about your uncle until a few days ago when I talked to Mary. You did? Link smiled. Yeah. We kept in touch even when I moved out. Eagle should have known. His aunt loved Link, and Eagle was pretty sure the feeling was mutual on Link's part. It warmed his heart that they'd kept in touch even after he'd fucked shit up. My uncle was an abusive drunk, but my father didn't need alcohol to be an asshole. Haltingly, Eagle told Link of the hell of his childhood. If he got it all out, perhaps he could put it behind him. He didn't want to be a man like his father who said nasty shit to loved ones. Not like he'd said to Link that day when he'd found out about Mary and Tim. Remembering when he told Link to butt the fuck out of family business would haunt him for the rest of his life. Hey, Link said softly. I'm so sorry. Link pulled him closer, and Eagle clutched the man to his chest. So, what did Mary say? He asked gruffly, clearing his throat. She told me, make up with Eagle. Link tried to mimic his aunt's voice and failed miserably, but it made Eagle give a small laugh. After a moment, Eagle grew serious. You never talk about your parents other than telling me your mom died when you were young. Link nodded, and when he didn't say anything, Eagle didn't hesitate to ask. The time for secrets was over. They had to share about things, their pasts, and whatever the fuck else was going on in order to make this work. I know we agreed never to talk about our dads, but I need you to tell me, Eagle said, and when Link spoke, it caught him off guard. I had a stepmom, Gemma. She was awesome. She was there when my dad walked out. What? Walked out? Link had never even hinted at that. Yeah, that was the reason I so quickly agreed we wouldn't talk about it. Link drew in a breath, situated the covers across his lap, and Eagle held his breath, waiting. He was an alcoholic and abusive when he drank. Eagle's heart squeezed when Link looked so sad. I'm sorry. Thanks. He bailed when I was 13 and showed back up when I turned 15. Link grew quiet and Eagle waited him out. He was sober and asking for another chance. Link shot up, tossed back the sheet, and stepped from the bed before Eagle could blink. Yanking on tight gray briefs, Link went to the coffee pot and started coffee brewing. Eagle shoved the sheet aside and slid into a pair of jeans, not bothering to button them. He walked barefoot across the hotel room and sat at the small table near the counter with the coffee. What happened? Eagle searched Link's shadowed blue eyes. Link sighed and then shrugged. He came home. Turning back to the coffee, Link removed the cup and placed it on the table, and then started another one brewing. Eagle took a sip, and the last of his sleep fog faded. With his own cup in hand, Link sat in the other chair. Was he better? Yeah, but... Link closed his eyes. I never forgave him. He was killed 2 months after my 17th birthday during a freak accident at the construction site where he worked. Jesus, Link. I never knew that. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before. Link rubbed at his lips. Hey. Eagle reached over and lifted the man's hand. You have nothing to be sorry about. He died thinking I hated him, Link rasped, eyes on his cup. Well, fuck. Now it all made sense. Link jumping to a drunken Tim's defense, trying to give the guy another chance. Eagle let out a heavy sigh. I'm sorry, Link, he said gruffly, and he would keep saying it. And that's why you stood up for my aunt's neighbor. Yeah, but it almost cost me you, Link said, sounding suddenly broken. Hey, Eagle said softly. You'll never get rid of me.
You're my haven. A sheen hit Link's eyes, and it sucked the air from Eagle's lungs. He stood and came around the small table. Link lifted up and wrapped himself around him, arms and hips close, latching on to him as if he'd never let go. I love you, Eagle whispered into Link's hair, and his man nodded emphatically. And I'm so fucking sorry I lost my temper that day. I was so scared of what Tim would do to my family. Then when you walked out, I was afraid you'd never forgive me. I forgave you a while ago. Link ran his fingers through Eagle's hair. I'll never speak to you like that again, he said, holding Link tightly in his arms. You better not. Link eased slightly away and quirked one eyebrow, and Eagle smiled. I promise, he vowed, took Link's hand, and strode back to the bed. Once there, he lowered them down. He had no more words and let his body do the talking. Epilogue. 1 month later. Link. Pushing open the screen door to the back porch, he walked across the cool concrete and onto the grass. Near the back fence that sat a few hundred feet from the porch, several guys from Pegasus stood around a barbecue piled high with every kind of meat imaginable. Yeah, there was even liver on the barbie. Link made a face and took a swallow of the beer in his hand. Eagle and Holden were in an animated conversation where Eagle was the more talkative of the two, but Holden would nod and cut in every once in a while, holding his own. Sinking down into a nearby lounger, he caught movement to the south side of the lawn where Tyler and Travis, Gage's brother, were playing ping pong. Tyler was a diamond in the rough, and Eagle and Link had spent many nights talking about the best thing for the boy, but first he had to finish school and college, and only if that appealed to Tyler. They briefly talked about retiring, but when Mason's good friend Jenny offered to care for Tyler while they went on missions, they put it off and vowed to reassess in a year. Jenny also cared for Mason and Gage's two younger children, and Link would rather pay Jenny's salary than put Tyler with anyone else. The boy had been raped more times than imaginable, and what he needed now was stability and counseling, of which he was receiving both. He worried because Tyler was quiet, and sometimes the quiet ones held everything inside. But Gage's teenage brother Travis had taken Tyler under his wing, and Link hoped that with time, Tyler would open up. Eagle's aunt was there with Dalton's mom, Leslie, and Jenny. The three older women were laughing hysterically about something. Mary ended up not dating the neighbor, and her announcement had left him and Eagle baffled. All that had happened, and they didn't even end up together. Link had laughed himself silly, and Eagle had joined him, chuckling so hard that tears streamed from his eyes, leaving Mary baffled for a moment, but then she'd broken out in giggles. Go figure. Link kept his eyes on Eagle. They'd been through their ups and downs through the years, and were due for a few smooth sailing years as far as he figured. He couldn't imagine them ever being apart now, and smiled at the ring on his finger. It was a promise ring from Eagle, a promise to love and cherish, and Link would spend the rest of his life doing just that. Eagle. Hey, Eagle, Tyler's voice drew Eagle's gaze from the barbecue. Travis wants to show me the skate park this weekend. Is it okay? You want to put off your other plans? Eagle asked the boy. With the help of his boss, Ace, he was able to retrieve both of Tyler's deceased brothers and had them laid to rest almost 3 weeks ago. At first, Tyler had refused to have anything to do with his brothers, nor did he want to talk about it. If the boy changed his mind, Eagle was okay with that. He would never force Tyler to do anything he didn't feel comfortable with. Tyler worried his bottom lip. No, I still want to visit their graves, but maybe after that? Eagle nodded. I think that sounds like a good plan.
Come on, Ty. It's time to get your butt kicked.
Travis boasted about his skills with the latest video game. Tyler offered Eagle a quick smile and then dashed after Travis. You wish. You're toast. Eagle huffed on a chuckle and flipped the burgers on the grill. Holden hadn't said a word through the exchange, and Eagle held out the tongs to the grill. Holden gladly took over. Eagle strode across the lawn to where Link was reclining.
His heart squeezed in his chest when Link's beautiful blue eyes flashed to his. Spring flowers lingered in the air from the garden Link had planted near the house. Eagle hadn't known about Link's green thumb, but then again, they'd never had a place of their own. The house was theirs. They'd bought it together and moved in just last week. Neither one of them wanted to wait when they found a 3-bedroom home. The realtor rushed the job since the house had been vacant for a while. The place was located just a few miles from Mary's place, which made it perfect. Link had fallen in love with the backyard, and Eagle would do everything in his power to please him. The house was just a house, but with Link in it, it was a home. Link's head dipped, and the man studied the promise ring on his finger. That had been a surprise last night with a bottle of their best wine given to them when they'd moved in with the help of Pegasus. Maverick, Gage, and Holden had returned from up north, so the only one missing was Kellum. Well, and Creed, because the man had called Ace that morning and was taking some leave time himself. If Eagle knew Creed, he suspected the man was going to track down Kellum and get some answers. He lowered to sit on the edge of the lounger next to Link and lifted the man's hand to his lips. He brushed a kiss over the ring he'd given the man. Connecting their fingers, he held Link's hand while he gazed out over the green grass, smiling at the laughter coming from the Pegasus team members. "What are you thinking?" Link asked. "We need to get a puppy." Link laughed softly and squeezed their fingers together, and Eagle figured this was as close to heaven as he'd ever get here on Earth. He'd meant every word he'd vowed to this man at his side. Link was his haven. This concludes Haven by Reese Knightley. Narrated by Declan Winters. Copyright 2023 by Reese Knightley. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Reese Knightley and was produced in the year 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.